Do you guys have any idea why it's like this? It should show uh, neither here or here. It doesn't show here. No, but in laptop, no, but here, here. Should be.
You can.
It's really strange.
Are you using this laptop?
Yeah, yeah, it's, then it will be connected. It will be,
Eight. Okay, now it's.
okay, okay.
I try to see what I see.
Yeah.
Just write something.
If you want, you can start sharing.
Let's see. Okay.
Hi.
No, no.
Yeah, yeah. What is the second one?
No, third one, the fourth one.
Third one is
Okay, so after you. Che dici? Domani lo devo fare dopo.
Just
you can start sharing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, it's here. Okay.
Hi. No, no.
There.
This is the,
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to see.
Yeah,
we're
okay.
organizzati.
Sì, Valerio?
Sì.
Ok. The più due. Ci faccio il sport. Because we are not Carmen, we are not Gerardo, so Exactly. We can wait 6 minutes if you want a coffee. Hi, good morning. We have a few minutes. Così a 5 minuti, così che non so troppo. È tutta la classe. Please smiling, some give an idea of vitality. Okay. Are you old? You are not this. Okay. 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 I understand that it's after lunch. I understand. But
Is the cat gone?
is it?
The cat, throw the cat here.
Oh,
She's
that's
out. She goes
Okay.
to your.
You check the laptop, for the
Yes, yeah.
You're starting now or?
She's coming back.
I want to say no.
Oh. Because no, yeah, also because the way to study the hair came inside because then
It's hot. It's warm.
yeah. The cat. And please don't disturb the cat. So 2 minutes and we will start. Fai diretta?
Yeah. I want to present this one.
Yeah. But prendi in mano abbiamo il laptop. No. It was broken also. Yeah. Okay. So we can start, even if there are 2 minutes before the timing. Welcome to the section. I understand that it's after lunch, but please be strong with the full power, with the good vitality. Okay. And the first speaker is Valerio Martinelli, and he will present assessing working accessibility, GIS-based analysis of postal office in the city of Naples. The floor is yours. Please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Ciao. Good morning, everyone. My name is Valerio Martinelli. I'm a PhD student at TEMALAB, Laboratory of Territory, Mobility and Environment, in the Department of Civil, Building and Environmental Engineering at University of Naples Federico II. Today I will present a contribution. Its title is Assessing Working Accessibility, a GIS-based analysis of postal services in the city of Naples. First of all, TEMALAB was founded in December 2006, and its objective is to explore the interconnection between territory, mobility, and environment, with the goal of developing innovative solutions to the complex challenges in cities. So this contribution is part of a segment of research that the main objective is to develop a GIS-based methodology to evaluate the spatial and temporal accessibility to proximity services to support decision-making processes. So, like you can see, the presentation structure consists in 5 parts: the research problem, the scientific background, the methodology, the case study, and in the end, the results. So let's start with the research problem. The starting point is the challenges of the urbanizations that has led to rapid urban growth of the cities, creating socioeconomic disparities and unequal access to essential services. So these inequalities are further amplified by digital divided that affect the vulnerable population the most. So, ensuring spatial and temporal accessibility to urban services, environments, and social opportunities is fundamental for building inclusive cities and with a better level of life. So let's start with the scientific background. First of all, we can say that urban accessibility is not just about the distance, but it's a multidimensional concept involving the land use, the transport networks, the user characteristics, and the temporal factors. So in literature, we have a different definition of the concept of accessibility, and we can say that it's like a tool for analyzing the different urban characteristics that contribute to guaranteeing an adequate quality of life in the cities, especially the accessibility. So it's a concept that links the land use with the transport components in the urban environment. So for this, it requires an integrated planning approach. Uh, we have many types of accessibility measures in literature, and the three main families are the opportunity-based measures, the gravity-based, and the utility-based. The opportunity-based measures, they count the number.
But online, people see always the first slide. I don't know why.
Yeah,
What are they seeing?
and you share the PowerPoint for this, so not this.
What I shared?
Ah,
Somebody can help you.
No, that's fine.
I'm sharing. Did you say to me stop sharing?
Maybe without
for
the
YouTube, it
presentation
shows
now.
something
Ah.
else. Maybe mm,
Okay,
it's okay.
okay,
Okay.
now it's okay.
Okay.
Try to go ahead. Ahead to just behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay.
Go ahead,
From
go
here.
ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Start with the scientific background. Urban accessibility is not only about distance, but a multi-dimensional concept involving the land use, transportation system, the user characteristics, and temporal factors. Like you can see in literature, we have a different definition of the concept of the accessibility, and it's a tool for analyzing the different urban characteristics that contribute to guarantee an adequate quality of life in the cities. So, especially, it's a concept that link the land use and transport component in urban environment, and for this, it requires an integrated planning approach. In the literature, identifies various types of accessibilities and measures. The three main families are the contour measures, the opportunity measures, the gravity based, and the utility based. The contour measure, they count the number of opportunities reachables in a given threshold that can be in time or distance. The gravity-based they weight the opportunities. So the value of the opportunities decrease with the distance, time, or the number of services. And the utility-based links the activities to the perceived individual or social benefits. So we can say that an adequate accessibility measures can effectively support the decision-making processes for the governmental, territorial, and urban transformations. So in this contribution, we measure the accessibility level to the proximity services, in particular the postal services, that in Italy, but like in many countries, plays a multifunctional role because it's not only about the correspondence and the packages, but also financial, business, and insurance services. So our research fits with the European and Italian legislative framework. The European Directive of 1997 requires the member states to guarantee a permanent and universal postal services that had to be accessible to all the citizens in the territory. So the Italian legislative decree of 1999 implements the European Directive and assigns to Poste Italiane the responsibility for the universal services. In particular, the Ministerial Decree of 2008 defines specific criteria for the distribution of the access to the service, to the post office, defining coverage thresholds to the service terms. So in Italy, there are no contributions that measures the accessibility to the post office. For this, I show you a case study in France, the city of Lyon, in which they measure accessibility with the gravity-based measures to the post office. First of all, they define the postal services offer. It's given multiplying the number of the desk of the postal offices for the opening hours, and after they define the stress of each post office with the supply demand ratio. So finally, in the end, they define the accessibility that corresponds to the number of the hours for week in which the services are available for the residents, the inhabitants of the different area. So let's move to the methodology. Here we have the different the methodological steps. First of all, the data collection, the GIS data processing. We'll go to measure the accessibility, and in the end we have the results and the interpretation of the results. So in this step, it's necessary, first of all, to collect both spatial and alphanumerical data. And in the second step, the GIS data processing is necessary to organize and process the data in GIS to measure and visualize the pedestrian accessibility across the city. So at first, it's necessary to divide the urban space into hexagonal cells of 50-meter sides and build the pedestrian network, so excluding the non-workable streets. In third step, it's time to measure. It's necessary to measure the accessibility with the two-step floating catchment area. It's a gravity-based method, and it measures accessibility into two steps. In the first one, it defines the stress of each post offices with the supply demand ratio for each urban services, in this case the post offices, and after, in the second step, we calculate the accessibility multiplying the supply ratio demand for each post office for the distance decay function. The distance decaying function ranges from 0 to 1, and it considers the 3 kilometers like thresholds, because I take it from the regulation for post office. So the legislative the regulation given from post office for the location. And after beyond the 3 kilometers, the function drops to zero because it reflects the impractical pedestrian access for the pedestrian. So in the fourth step, it's necessary to show and interpret the results through thematic maps, charts, and tables, especially the accessibility according with the methodologies and urban planning policies. It will be represented, classified in 10 levels. So I applied the methodology in a case study, the city of Naples, where I come from. And administratively, the city is divided into 10 municipalities. And it's also divided in 3 urban zones. The central one, the central zone, the red one, the semi-central, the yellow one, and in the end, the peripheral areas, the blue one. And this classification is results of social, economical, and physical characteristics of the city. Like we can see, Naples is Italy's third city by population, with over 100,000 inhabitants on a surface of over 100,000 kilometers, and it's also the fifth most densely city in Italy, with over 7,000 inhabitants for square kilometers. And the map shows clearly a city that is very with a high density population, especially in the central area, the municipality 2, the 1, 5, because of their residential and functional attractiveness. But we can see that also in peripheral zones, there are some hotspots with a very high density of population, but also some urban voids because of urban and territory characteristics, because there are some hilly area and abandoned industrial area. In this map, we can see that the spatial network of the Poste Italiane in Naples consists in 61 post offices, and we can see that they are located in the most densely populated part of the city. Over 31 of them are open in the morning and in the afternoon too. 30 are open only in the morning. But each post office is classified not only for the opening hours, but also for the services that they offered to inhabitants. And we can see that they changed from a minimum of 7 services to a maximum of 11 across the city. And so let's now observe the results of the accessibility levels and analysis. In the morning scenario, we can see that all 61 post offices are open. So the accessibility levels are relatively positive in all the city. Of course, spatial disparities are visible, but central areas like the municipality 2 of the historical center and municipality 1 in the neighborhoods of Chiaia, San Ferdinando, Posillipo, one of the richest area, and the municipality 5 2, the Vomero, that are the richest and the central one, have the highest level of accessibility. We can see the green and the yellow colors that indicates the highest level, because of course for an highest distribution of the services, but also for the urban characteristics, because there is a very dense and continuous urban fabric. In this diagram, we can better understand that the levels of accessibility are relatively positive in all the city, not only in the central zone. Of course, some municipalities, 9, 10, in the neighbors of Fuorigrotta and Bagnoli, there are lower levels of accessibility because the services are not in the best one, the services of the bosses, but also the urban characteristics. The fabric is more fragmented. But the situation changed completely in the afternoon in the scenario because only half of the post offices are open, and we can see that the levels are lower in all the city. But the really particular situation is that it's lower in the center, in the part of the city where in the morning it was highest, now is one of the worst level. In the municipality too, in the central where there is the historical center, we can see that there are um, more red cells in the part of the in the area of the main train station, but the worst level are in the municipality one that we say it's one of the richest part of the city. It's because in the afternoon all the post offices are closed in that area, but also for urbanistic characteristics because it's an hilly area and it's for the slope of the city that there is no accessibility is really worst. And we can see better here that are lower in all municipalities and not only in the peripheral zone, but all across the cities. And we can see municipality one, it's the worst one, even if it's in central zones. So in the end, in this final histogram, we can see that the number of inhabitants per level of accessibility to postal services. It represents the accessibility in the morning and in the afternoon scenario. And we can see that while in morning, almost the total of the population has the highest levels of accessibility, and only 2,000 inhabitants has the worst situation in the level one. In the afternoon, the situation changed completely, and over than 100,000 inhabitants are in the worst level of accessibility. So, in conclusion, we can say that accessibility to post office is strongly influenced by the spatial distribution, but also the opening hours of the post office and the services that they offered, and urban characteristics. So the methodology can be used to define the territorial gaps and also define the different areas that are at risk of exclusion from the essential services. So for this to improve the accessibility and equity in the city, the policymakers, the planners should first of all optimize the office network in the spatial distribution, but also with the organization of the timing, the hours, opening hours, and use the GIS and open data to plan with better equity and to guarantee an highest quality of life. So for future development should include applying the methodology to other context cities, integrating also the multimodal transport networks to define the accessibility among the pedestrians, and maybe focus the analysis on a specific groups, maybe especially vulnerable groups, women, elderly, and fragile categories, and in the end, the reference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, but if I don't touch my laptop, they go down and they don't succeed to clap. So I am pretty sure that it's my laptop is destroyed. So,
Oh, no, it's better for the laptop for sure.
But we are always
With the feet.
So congratulations for your presentation. Do you have any
Thank you.
question? Alexa?
Very, very nice work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a
Thank you.
very simple question, maybe why post office? Like why out of
Yeah, I know. It's from my experience because I live in Naples, but outside the central part of the city in Marano. It's a little city, and it's few years that you can prenotare. It's yeah, you can book. You can book your when you go to the post. You book and you arrive and you just enter. And I always find a lot of old people that try to fight with me and say, "Oh, you are entering." I say, but so it's a problem because post office are very crowded place. Why? I don't know if your country do, but in Italy they are very crowded, so it's a problem to go to the post office. And start with this idea. I want to understand why there are always so many people in one post office. And maybe it's for time, opening times, so they have to organize better.
Yeah, you could include this as your motivation, which is really inspiring motivation. And then the other thing I was wondering is, the population data, which are
Yeah.
really interesting, like where old people, the young people, who is going, because you have numbers of population, but I don't know if it's
Yeah.
kids or older people.
Yeah,
Kind of
the
working
next.
with demographics. I see that you had in the future work, but that would be really interesting.
Yeah.
To,
Yeah, I will
yeah.
focus
Very
on.
good presentation.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to you.
Also, sorry, I have this problem only myself. I just another question.
Thank you for your presentation. In your opinion, this methodology, so listening to your answer,
Yeah.
before it can be applied to hospitals, to other functions?
Yes,
or-
in reality, I take this methodology from the hospital because it's that the two floating catchment area is very used. It was used for the first time for the hospital, for the proximity services, but never used it for the post office. So starting with normative and the terms of the regulation and post office is a proximity service. I use the methodology, take the methodology to the medical.
Thank you.
Another question, please.
Yeah, I also have two questions. First of all, I share your feelings about the post offices. In Poland, we have the same. If you check in Google, most of them have 1 star because it's impossible to give less than 1 star. But now it's very popular local machines.
Yeah.
I wonder if in Italy we use the same.
In Italy, it's, yeah, they are increasing. They are increasing in the last years.
Every
They are
200
increasing.
meters, so it solves a lot of
Yes,
problems.
but not only they are increasing, and we can use it, but not for all the services.
Yeah,
So it's
official correspondence you can use.
yeah, it's for the other services too, for the financial businesses. I know I went in Poland for the Erasmus, and I know how is the situation, and it's always very crowded, and there are something like tobacco shop and other shop inside the post office. So you,
And I wonder what are the right areas on your maps? Is it the populated areas or no data?
what?
White areas, blank areas on your map?
It's voids. It's voids because there is no population. There is no population for the. There are hilly areas or abandoned areas, industrial, commercial. And... Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The next speaker is Alfonso Annunziata, but he's speaking in another room. So I will switch instead of him. I will present my paper, and Razaio will be later. No, I will present it because I have another one. And the paper that I will present is Smart, Close and Happy City, a global index for measuring urban well-being, the case study of San Benedetto nel Board in Cagliari. So I will share. Okay, I don't know if it's possible to see. Okay, but just I wanted to spoiler one thing that the people that are in the session before have already listened. The proceeding are going out, and this is the proceedings of this flock, that smart and the PCT. So if you go in your personal in ICCSA in your personal page, you can find the first and the latest book. So it's the first year that happens in this way. So okay, so now I will start with the presentation, but there is inside also my one second, because there is I did this paper with my students, Alessia Torlini e Alessia Torlini e Chiara Pinna. Are you here? No. Just one, because this is the work of her thesis, Alessia, and I want just to share this moment with them. I split this presentation in two parts because it was so difficult to write all elements that we find in only one presentation. And the main goal of this presentation is also to try to measure the happiness. And this is the timeline of my presentation. Introduction, literature review, definition of happiness, method and tools, and can a smart city also be an happy city? As underlined before, it will be an open question because I don't think that I will find a solution or a reply or in a sentence what a city can be smart and also happy inside. So the main goal in this paper, we focalize on more how I can say, the happiness in the background. So in this paper, I try to analyze the relation and the networks and the workability that is inside this neighborhood, and the main goal is identify a methodology can be able to measure these, I can say, these immaterial elements. Also because finally I am an urban planner, and finally a city can be perfect from the infrastructure point of view. But if I feel that there is something dangerous or something that is not good, finally I don't leave this particular part of the city. So this is the framework conclusion with because this is the first step. So it's the starting point of this work, and as underlined before, happiness is analyzed during the year for many most important people than me. And the name could be different. It is not happiness, but is well-being. Is we try to find a modality to live better in a city. And in this paper, we focalize particularly on a proximity approach. So the 15 minutes city approach. And what that we try to analyze is the accessibility, but by considering in this paper only the physical elements in the city. So, of course, literature review. How many index? No. Okay. How many index are analyzing? No.
I think it has delay.
But too much because I'm speaking with. Oh my God! What is the old one?
Postponed.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, luckily. We are speaking about smartness, but the technology is gone. So.
It's too warm.
Yeah, okay. So there are many approaches for evaluating with a proximity approach the city, and in the literature review inserted some of that proximity approach, but also by considering the well-being. So 50-minute city index, inclusive accessibility by proximity index, next proximity index, so many elements. And finally, this approach is something measured about all of these kind of analysis. And with this kind of analysis, we identify two kind of approach, the quantitative and the qualitative. And in this analysis, we identify different indicators, different elements respect on the previous analysis: accessibility, social perception, functionality, and the main focus was also not only the post office, but all amenities that are inside. So, well, the next time that we will see a post office, all of us will think about you. So, the qualitative analysis to try to identify if what did you find I can say under the point of view of analytical point of view could be the same and could be integrated with the previous analysis. San Benedetto is a neighborhood that has many elements, many things that can be can give to this neighborhood as a focal point to analyze, because there are not only amenities, not only post office, but also primary, secondary services like schools, like market, public transport. Is a easy place in which it's possible also to go on bike, on food. And in this specific paper, we try to analyze also, we try to do a distinction between also the pedestrian and cycling use. I don't go into detail for all kind of analysis that we did. Oh my god. Finally, I will show my laptop by. Okay, I don't go in great detail, but first of all, we analyze the flow, space syntax analysis, and it's not so clear, but I repeat, by using the literature, we try to identify the most useful analysis, also capable to interest this kind of neighborhood in order to evaluate different aspects. In this way, the accessibility, by analyzing different aspects, and in order to have a global index of accessibility, and contemporary by using a particular survey in which we will try to identify if could be implemented the bot analysis. Also social perception, also functionality, and always by considering qualitative and quantitative analysis. We did the same for different aspects, but what that you finally analyze is that even if by considering the qualitative and quantitative analysis together, finally all neighborhood has adequate level of accessibility, but by considering also the emotional perception, something changed. So what that was really interesting by doing this kind of analysis is that yes, the qualitative and the quantitative analysis are so useful, but sometimes doesn't represent in total what that explicitly is in a context that is considered. So, oh my god, it's already in the conclusion. Okay, so in conclusion, is basically what that I've already said. So also the survey are extremely useful in this case because the perception completely changed by considering the residents and tourists and tourists that go inside this area are useful also for identify better a specific context that by using other kind of analysis that the most traditional finally doesn't represent the total aspect of the context. Proposal for the future is try to apply this in different part of the city, and of course also to analyze also different aspects, different typologies of users. Because in this way we analyze only residents, tourists, but not disabled or other typologies of users. Okay, so my conclusion. Oh my God, is can a city be both smart and happy? I don't give you this reply, but oh, believe me, the last slide is that. Okay, thank you. Okay, so there are any questions? No? Okay, okay.
Thank you for the presentation. Maybe it's my fault, but I don't understand anything about the methodology that you implement. So can you be a bit more clear about the methodology?
Yes.
If there are other concepts like this, processing and interception,
Yeah, because
how do you?
because I use different methodologies together.
How you combine them?
Combined by using the global index and identify the single indicator. I will explain better. For instance, no, now there is the confusion. No, yeah, I mean another one. Okay, so for instance, this is the global index of functionality. The functionality by using the different manual, the different books, the different, but also the specific need of specific elements could be analyzed by considering the usability of surface, usability, the comfort and other elements, and we analyze each single element by considering a sub-indicator for each sub-element. Of each of these is a sub-element that can analyze the usability of the pedestrian use, for instance. Sorry?
A proxy indicator or a specific performance?
Yeah. So for that reason, if I go in detail for each indicator, finally I will stay here for a year.
So you combine it how? Just making a sum? How do you combine it?
They combine by giving an equal weight for the single sub-indicator because this is a primary analysis. So finally, just I use the single weight. I identify different elements. Each elements are a specific sound and weight. Sorry, and finally I combine together for each element that is similar weight for each. If you want, I will explain better. I will show.
For me, it was very because we are working on this kind of concept. So it's interesting to know how you combine this up because it's kind of autological sometimes how you decide this pound this way. So
So we understand. So, but this is also combined with other aspects that try to analyze the business. So finally, the work is
what are the theories that they're using?
the theory is too much. I have many papers in which they combine the similar. For instance, is a strongly recognized model is working. I will share the paper. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very curious.
Okay. I'm curious too because if you are doing the same work, I will do it too.
Not the same.
Not similar. Okay.
I have another question. How do you specialize the answer of the
Yeah, because for instance, during the survey, we put some questions and finally we ask if they, for instance, by considering some emotion, because in space is easier, easier, they think about a specific state. Specific state, specific place. Yeah, the place is the network. Exactly. No, I don't want to give a reply before. No, because I wanted that it was completely because I want to bring the real emotion. So I don't want to suggest something. Also because in another paper, and working with Alenka, we identified that by changing the country, this is an example for emotion, but it's possible to completely change the same feeling. I can give a name. Yes, to a specific feeling, but it's completely changed in USA or in India. So there is a word behind.
So you're working, you're asking questions about emotions to a specific place, not one being that place. So it's a social representation of the place.
Yeah, but I'm doing some examples, not explanation.
Yeah.
So, but the general I say
Because
take
the
it
question
fast, take it, I don't give the reply before, but I have empty, exactly, empty, this is for emotion, but even for the other part, do you feel, you won't feel in a specific place in this neighborhood, and they put exactly the split or the square or, if you want, I will share also the question.
If you use these research results for some recommendation for local policing,
Yeah.
this is interesting. Very
What
interesting.
that we find here was really extremely important is that all resident people, all users that fill out the questionnaire want to this area a walkable area, and was unbelievable because it's in the core of the city, and I show I show to the local authorities and also they was unbelievable because. Sometimes changing also the modality, changing something is hard to particularly exactly. But in this way it's incredible because they are agree if putting in a workable area or this area. And before the questionnaire, I didn't think so. Absolutely. So, thank you. Other question? Okay. I have to look you in a bad way. Okay. I'm always joking, so don't worry. Also, I'm happy that you're interested. Okay. So, the next speaker is Reza, and Reza Skarizat, and myself. Please be on the timing, on the because. And visibility graph analysis versus human mobility patterns, an empirical validation of simulated Bayes analysis using space syntax in public square. So the floor is yours. You will use mine. Yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Nice to meet you all. I am Reza Skaizad, postdoc researcher. I was postdoc researcher at the University of Cagliari in Italy during last year, and I had the honor to work with my PI, Professor Chiara, and we have the pleasure to work on a project called Moving Steps. And today, I want to present an interesting article to you called Visibility Graph Analysis versus Human Mobility Patterns. and empirical validation of simulation-based analysis using space impacts in urban public spaces. Uh, we have chosen this topic because we believe that it is directly correlated with the theme and main focus of this conference, which is on computational science and its applications. And we believe that it could be very interesting if we could find a way to improve and promote the urban planning and design in this issue. Okay, firstly, I want to uh, introduce you the research outline structure of our presentation, and this is the roadmap. Firstly, we start and to contextualize the introduction, some introductory statements. Then we delve into problem statements. After that, we have a short look on literature review, and then we elaborate on methodological framework. After introducing the study area, we present the results, discussion, and conclusion. Okay. Um, Understanding the human mobility patterns is one of the critical aspects of designing socially sustainable urban spaces, particularly in urban public squares, which normally encompass a wide range of and diverse range of interactions and social behavior that could normally take place over there. However, in recent years, by the advancement of computational analytical methods, the innovative set of tools have been developed in this way in order to understand how we can perform better spatial analysis in urban spaces, especially in order to understand the behavior of people in urban spaces. In this context, space impacts is a theory that want to analyze the influence of a spatial configuration or urban form on social behaviors of people or human mobility patterns. Despite the advancement and widespread adoption of computational simulations tools in urban planning, still questions remain about their validity and reliability of such methods in urban planning. While methods like visibility graph analysis or VGA offer valuable prediction for human mobility patterns, their outcome offer lack robust and powerful empirical validation. This raises critical question about the extent to which this kind of simulation analysis can be aligned with the real-world interaction of people in urban spaces. This gap underscores the need to systematically comparison between the simulation-based analysis and empirical observation in urban spaces. This research aims to investigate the empirical validation of simulation-based analysis, particularly VGA, within the context of space impacts, by examining its alignment with observed human mobility patterns and social behavioral activities in urban public spaces. In this way, we conduct two questions. To what extent does VGA validate real-world human movement patterns, and how can applying such simulation-based analysis contribute to socially sustainable urban design? We assume that VGA may effectively replicate real-world mobility patterns as a primary determinant of movement patterns of people in urban spaces, and also addressing such validated methods can contribute to a more socially sustainable urban spaces. Here, we would like to take a look at the literature review based on the two main variables associated with this study, the human mobility patterns and agent-based simulation. For the human mobility patterns, most of the focus of the previous study focused on technological approaches, sustainability, safety and social dynamics, urban design and spatial dynamics, which the result has led to discrepancies in validating real-world mobility. While in the agent-based simulation literature, the focus of the previous study is mainly concentrated on integration with spatial analysis, innovative approaches, real-world applications, urban design implications, which finally led to a gap between the spatial design and human behavior. In this slide, we are going to take a look at the methodological approach and steps that has undertaken in this study. The first step consists of preparation of urban map, which has been developed in AutoCAD software, and drawing it and preparation of this process for importing into the depth map software for the spatial analysis. In the second step, we imported the Excel file into the depth map software in order to prepare for spatial syntax analysis. Then we conduct quantitative analysis, especially using VGA to assess spatial characteristics of the urban squares in order to simulate the human mobility patterns. In the fourth step, we have conducted empirical observations to capture movement patterns in the real world interaction. And finally, we conduct comparative analysis in order to compare simulation data from the depth map software and the real world interactions. Okay, before delving into the results, I want to elaborate on some of the specific variables that they have used in this process. Based on the space syntax terminology, we have used integration, connectivity, control, clustering coefficient, and agent-based analysis. Just in a nutshell, I will elaborate on it. Spaces that are more integrated within network tend to be used more often by the pedestrian, while greater connectivity signifies easier access to a space within an environment. Control assesses the degree to which space dictates access to its immediate neighbors or quantify its potential to observe or to be observed. Thus, it has some implication, very important implication for the secure urban spaces. We have clustering coefficient, a high degree of visual clustering coefficient indicates location where usually changes in the view sites are significantly happen, likely becoming the resting spots. There are people prefer to stand and watch stationary behavior. And we have agent-based analysis, which simulates movement pattern of virtual agents, analyze the spatial configuration and their human mobility. The study area is in the island of Sardinia, Cagliari, and the historic neighborhood of Castello. But the main focus is on Bastione di Santorini, which is the most important landmark of the city and one of the most important places for tourist attraction and social interactions. Okay, in this slide, I want to show you how we conduct some simulation analysis of agent-based analysis. As you can see in this figure, we release a set of virtual agents from different ways, and this simulation test indicates that the potential of each spaces in the square that people tend to pass over there, observe over there, and hang around over there. Thus, based on the theory of the space syntax, it will identify some potential urban areas that can that have the potential to for the people to gather over there and try to socialize over there in order to improve their social interactions. Based on this theory, we have conducted VGA analysis in this process. we have conducted visual integration. As you can see, the red one is the higher value, and the blue dark is the lower value. And in the right-hand side, we have the human mobility patterns, which indicates by observations. As you can see, we face with some critical results and findings. As you can see here in the red spot and the orange spot, we can see the high level of consistency between human mobility patterns and the simulation analysis. But on the other hand, we have these green spaces with high level of potential for the sociability, while most of the people do not tend to use these spaces. And this is what also happens for the connectivity. As you can see here, they are correlated, and these areas with higher level of potential based on the spatial configuration theory, but do not used by the people so frequently. So based on these two items, it can be validated that partially followed and consistent with this area. In this analysis, in the next analysis, we conducted visual control graphs. As you can see, there is a high level of consistency between the visual control and the real world interaction and human mobility patterns in this area. That we can see that there is high level of correlation between the simulation test and the real world interaction. And in the final analysis, we have the visual clustering coefficient graphs that normally indicate the pausing spots and locations where people tend to stop over there and stand in order to, for example, visit the pictures view of the cities or landscape of the city or anything. We can see these areas that normally people, based on the observation, we found that normally people tend to stand over there or sit over there and try to make interaction, or whether passive interaction or active interaction. So finally, we found that visual control and clustering coefficient has greater predictive power in this area in terms of social behavioral insight, while visual integration and connectivity has limited predictive power, but it will show a very good insight for us in order to understand and find out and identify some residual spaces that has the potential for urban spaces. In this regard, using this methodological approach will allow us to identify the weakness point of our urban design in order to improve the social sustainability and social behaviors of people within the urban settings. As you can see, visual integration and connectivity partially reflect the human mobility pattern. Visual control correlates with pedestrian flow pattern, and clustering coefficient highly correlated with stationary behaviors. As you can see, these areas where people try to sit and stand the view and the best views and pictures landscape of the city where has shown in the clustering coefficient with the high level of accuracy. As we can see, visual control and shows the human mobility pattern, clustering coefficient shows the stationary behavior, while some areas, some variables such as visual integration and connectivity has a lot of potential to identify underutilized spaces. As you can see in this picture, this is the area that the analysis shows that it has lots of potential, but no one tends to use it. As you can see here in this space, we have no special facilities and urban design elements that can capture the attention of people for gathering over there and try to interact with each other. And finally, these are some publication or that we have published over the last year, and two other ones which is under review. And finally, I would like to acknowledge our funding sources. It's based on two projects, Smart Cities and Moving Steps, which is funded by European Union Next Generation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting, and I mean, I'm working on the same topic per se, but I'm beginning exploring how VGA can help in this. And I found really interesting the association that we're trying to do to maybe I've lost just the detail of the mobility pattern data. How did you obtain data, like maybe counting people, or how did you obtain that?
Okay.
And for the methodology, I really liked it, and I did something similar, so maybe we can explore it later, but just this question.
Yes, of course. Thank you for your interesting question. The observational part of this study is based on the reference book of the state impact, and based on that reference book, we have four official observational methods for doing so. But the one that we use in this study is based on static snapshot observations. So that given a defined, predefined time frame, you, in the urban setting or urban square, we can capture the, for example, take a picture from the on mobility patterns of the people and try to map it on the piece of paper and everything. Then you can use it in this way in order to compare the simulation analysis with the observation.
Sure. Thank you, Ed. Because you're struggling on obtaining data from cameras, so it's an interesting topic, and maybe we'll just stop.
Yeah, thank you. That's the interesting part of working on neighborhood scale and small scale.
Yeah.
Thank
So thank you for the presentation. As illegal, I'm working also with this about the rest of the experts. But I have a question about the edge effects and the presence of point of attraction in your model. Because I mean, you measure the stationary presence. The stationary presence is a phenomenon that happens when you're walking. So you have to consider also people where they come from, where they are going. So you cannot just consider this point as an appearance from nothing.
Yeah.
So how did you consider these paths from origin to destinations or your movements and the edge effects as well?
Yeah. You know, the selection of the methodological approach and specifically in the observational tests and observational studies, it highly depends on the objective of your study. Based on your objective of your study, you need to choose the most adaptable and very important methodological tool for your study. For example, based on this, based on the objective of our study, we try to find out the human mobility pattern based on a static snapshot and within a specific time frame. Of course, the other factors are at play in this process. For example, it could be very nice if you consider your observation during a specific time frame or fair weather conditions, because as much as we can, we need to avoid from the intervening variables, for example, bad weather conditions. These items should be adapted in your study in order to have a stable and sustainable result. Of course, this result, I can emphasize that this result is specific for this case study, but for the more general result, outcome, we can do it in the other cases.
Maybe if I understood well, there are no commercial activities there, right?
Major activities.
There are no commercial activities there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's good. I mean, it's not an obstacle because it's a natural space from that point of view. So it's not influenced by attractions, specific attractions there. It's more a point of conservation of the city. So it's purely configurational. It can be considered as a pure configurational space.
Yes, of course, exactly. One of the interesting points of this analysis is to identify, as I said, is to identify, for example, the weakness points of the urban design, and according to that weakness, you can propose some improvement for the urban design in order to solve these, for example, weaknesses. That's the interesting point.
This question, to overlap layer about shadows or of the island in this square. So,
Shadows.
yes.
Of course.
You talk about the bad weather, but I also wonder if that many squares with when you funny people go in the shadow part.
Of course, thank you for your comment. One of the when you are delving into observational studies, there are lots of factors at play, and according to these, of course, sunny weather conditions, especially for example in August summer, it's very hard for the people to gather over there. For example, one of the implications for or recommendations for everyone can be creating or designing some canopy spaces in order to solve this situation and in order to make it appropriate for every time of the day, not specifically for the good weather conditions. And this is one of the other variables that can be played, and it could be interesting even for future studies.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Reza. The next speaker is Alfonso. Alfonso, myself and Francesco Scorza, and he will present large suitability analysis of nature-based solutions for climate adaptation and mitigation in the Sardinia region. This is all about Sardinia, I'm so sorry. Just the last paper said us about
May I start?
You can start, yes.
Okay. Good evening, I'm Alfonso Annunziata. As told by Professor Chiaragarau, the title of this article is Land Suitability Analysis of Nature-Based Solutions for Climate Adaptation and Mitigation in the Sardinia region, Italy. So the topic, the focus of this article is the development of a land suitability analysis for the implementation of nature-based solutions, mainly urban forestation interventions in urbanized census tracts of the Sardinia region. Cities, due to trends of urbanization, the concentration of population, social, economic, and cultural activities, emerge as both as major contributors to climate alteration, but also as places particularly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. As a consequence, the need to adapt cities to climate change and to reduce the contribution to climate change produced by cities is a priority. Moreover, mitigation and adaptation criteria are also instrumental to sustainable development policies within urban areas. As a consequence, we have focused our research on nature-based solutions, since nature-based solutions provide a wide range of options that allow for the integration of adaptation and mitigation benefits and sustainable development in urban areas. In particular, we have focused on urban forestation interventions because they offer not only the capacity to produce benefit in terms of mitigation, in terms of carbon allow for the provision of open spaces, of inclusive open spaces. They also produce ecosystem services, in particular relevant in terms of adaptation. So we have focused on census tracts as our unit of analysis, and we have focused our analysis, of course, on urban areas and urbanized clusters. The objectives of this study are the identification, the computation of a metric of suitability for urban forestation interventions in urban areas, and the identification of priority areas for intervention represented by clusters of urban census tracts presenting high levels of suitability. The relevance is relied on the development of methodological framework which can enable informed decision making processes within the development of urban adaptation strategies, decision-making processes aligned with criteria of maximization of benefits and optimization of limited financial resources through the optimal location of actions and interventions of adaptation. So the methodology is articulated on 6 stages. As I said before, the selection of spatial units of analysis, represented by the urban census tracts, the selection and the definition of the 4 dimensions considered for the assessment of conditions of technical feasibility, socioeconomic conditions, environmental impact of urbanized areas, and the impact of climate change impacts. And these 4 dimensions are described and analyzed through several specific indicators. In particular, feasibility is measured in terms of plantable areas, which are derived from the analysis of land use, land cover, and tree cover density. Social conditions, in particular conditions of social fragility, are formalized in terms of population density and elderly dependence index, so the percentage of the elderly population within each census tract. The environmental impact of urban areas is measured in terms of carbon dioxide emission and the concentration of particulate matter. And lastly, the impact of climate change is measured via the metrics that analyze and describe variation in minimum and maximum summer temperature, urban island during day and during night in the summer season, and alteration in precipitation patterns during the considered time frame spanning from 2024 to 2040. A multi-criteria analysis is utilized and based on the analytical hierarchy process in order to compute 4 composite indicators, each one of them related to one of the dimension considered for the formalization of suitability. And then these indicators are aggregated into a synthetic indicator of suitability computed under 3 different scenarios. Each scenario emphasizes a specific dimension of suitability. So, for instance, suitability under scenario 1 emphasizes the relevance of the impacts of climate change, while scenario 2 emphasizes the technical feasibility aspect, and scenario 3 emphasizes the relevance of social conditions within the urban areas considered. Lastly, spatial autocorrelation analysis is utilized in order to identify clusters of census tracts that present high level of suitability under the 3 different scenarios. Then, for each scenario, the extent of land which can be targeted by the intervention is measured, and also an estimate of the mitigation output is proposed. The area of study is the Sardinia region, and we can see the result. In particular, here we can see the result related to the feasibility aspect and to the social exposure aspect. And we can see that conditions of technical feasibility are particularly relevant all across the region, in particular in the urban areas in the metropolitan city of Cagliari and in the Campidano plain, and on the northeastern coast of the Sardinia region. At the same time, you can see that the social conditions that produce or result in conditions of suitability, in particular the metropolitan city of Cagliari, in the city of Sassari, and in the major urban clusters, urban centers of the region. Environmental impact, that is the contribution to climate change in terms of carbon dioxide emission and concentration of particulate matter, are particularly relevant in the Campidano Valley, which is an area that presents a significant presence of transport infrastructures and industrial and commercial activities, and of course the part of the metropolitan city of Cagliari, which is the more densely inhabited area of the Sardinia region, while climate change impacts are particularly relevant in the Campidano Valley and in the northern part of Sardinia. So these results aggregated into synthetic indicators computed under the three different scenarios underline that for the first scenario, the one that emphasizes the climatic aspect, the most suitable areas are located in the Campidano Valley and in the city of Olbia and along the northern coast. In particular, a focus on the metropolitan city of Cagliari and the city of Sassari underline medium to adequate condition of suitability, in particular in semi-central and peri-urban areas in the metropolitan city of Cagliari and semi-central, peri-urban and peripheral areas in the city of Sassari, resulting in these spatial patterns in this distribution of cluster of census tracts presenting high levels of suitability. So this is according to the spatial autocorrelation analysis, the II cluster for the synthetic indicator under scenario 1. So we can see that the areas for priority intervention indicated by this analysis are the peri-urban areas in the metropolitan city of Cagliari and the semi-central and peripheral areas in the city of Sassari. Similar results emerge from the second scenario, the one that emphasizes the technical feasibility of the intervention. In particular, we can see high values in these part, always in the peri-urban areas of the compact core, the central core of the metropolitan city of Cagliari, and in the peripheral areas in the city of Sassari. And again, the similar results to those seen before under scenario 1 can be seen here under scenario 2, as far as the identification of areas for priority intervention are selected through the spatial correlation analysis. More significant conditions of suitability are identified under scenario 3, so when the social component is underlined, is emphasized. In particular, we can see also a different pattern, a cluster of areas along in the central compact districts of the city of Cagliari. And again, the spatial autocorrelation analysis underline this cluster in the peri-urban areas in the city of Cagliari and less suitable areas in the city of Sassari. So these three scenarios allows for the identification of distinct areas of priority intervention, which conduct to different results in terms of areas targeted by this intervention. This is the total amount of plantable areas within the census tract identified as areas for priority intervention under the three scenarios. And you can see that we have the maximum value under the first scenario, we can see also that the potential mitigation output is significant under the first scenario, and also the cost of implementation is higher under this scenario. While the third scenario is the target and address the least amount of plantable areas and produce the least benefit in terms of mitigation. In conclusion, the objective of this study was the development of a methodological framework aimed at enabling informed decision making within the context of the development of urban adaptation strategies. In particular, the aim was the development of a tool, a replicable tool that allows for the evidence-based localization of climate mitigation and adaptation actions. The aim, the criteria are those of optimizing through the optimization of the location of these actions. The aim is to optimize the allocation of financial resources and the maximization of benefits produced both in terms of mitigation, so carbon sequestration, carbon storage, and adaptation, in particular in terms of microclimate regulation, water regulation, and the provision of open, inclusive open spaces. So also the aim was to establish a methodological framework which was consistent with the aim of integrating adaptation and mitigation objectives, and to align these objectives with the criteria on the principle of sustainable urban development. Thank you all for your attention.
Another question?
Some words for explain the procedure for individual scenarios.
For the scenarios. So the scenarios are based on the setting of the weights of the indicators during the analytical hierarchy process. So assigning different importance to the 4 dimensions considered in order to emphasize each dimension under each scenario. So by operating on the weights of the 4 composite indicators, the indicators related to the climate aspects, the indicators related to the environmental aspect in terms of emission and particulate matter, the indicator related to social conditions, and the indicator related to feasibility in terms of availability of plantable areas within each census tract. So by operating on the weights within the analytical hierarchy process, so assign different levels of importance to these dimensions, we have built these scenarios. And this was important because the conceptual framework is also to use this kind of tool within participatory processes, so involving different stakeholders, where the focus can shift from one aspect to another according to the context, the social cultural context, for instance.
Can you show one of the maps with legends? I have to say this. I know you are working a lot in not this one, but where you have numbers. No, you work a lot with GIS. Yeah. But I really would like to tell you that they need to be edited, so you don't have the same number into different categories, because then this is not correct in terms of representation. So 0% you have a 0, 2, 0, I don't see, 0, 4, then you cannot have 0, 4 in the next category, 0, 4, 1 in the next category.
Okay.
And
yes.
I know that it has to be edited, but
I see, yes.
to make it really
yes.
correct, yeah, please edit this for
Yes,
for the next
okay,
step.
thank you.
It will not change so much in the analysis, but a little bit, so to make it
Maybe it's clearer.
100% sure
Okay.
that it's correct.
Yeah, okay,
In
thank
terms
you.
of analysis. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Absolutely.
If I ask question, it doesn't find interest.
I know, no, I'm happy.
No, because
Worst thing when you don't hear any questions.
the
So.
presentation,
Well, the first one is have you run some sensitivity analysis of your weights? Because weights are something that I'm always afraid of because you can always manipulate the results. So did you run some sensitivity analysis? And
Yes, the analytical process. Yes, you're right. Because I was attracted by the wind outside. Sorry. No, I was looking for fresh air. Sorry. Yes, within the analytical hierarchy process, the consistency, the internal consistency of the weight attribution is evaluated. So, but yes, the judgment of related to the relative importance of each aspect is, of course, based on assumption on expert judgment. So it is somehow.
And look at where the main differences are for the results. Because sometimes even if you change the weights, you get the same result for some parts of your region.
Yeah. In fact, yes.
Where is less stable your model, your product? Which are the sub parts of your
Yes, I guess that it can be seen better in the focus on the cities of Cagliari and Sassari. That maybe it was not the question.
No, I would like to know where is your approach, your protocol is less stable. When you change your weights, you should observe some differences. Where we observe match the more differences in your space. Are they localized somewhere? Are they spread?
They are okay. No, they are spread. The differences, in particular, the most evident differences are in the major urban clusters. So, in particular, in the city of Sassari, we can see a significant variability in the results as a consequence of the variation of the weights.
And then the second question is, since your spatial unit is the
census tract.
Yes. Have you checked for the different dimensions of the census tract, especially in the LISA location? LISA, you need symmetry and obviously specificity in your distribution.
Yes.
Otherwise, you would have spurious results.
Yes, we have partially mitigated this issue by considering only the census tracts that are labeled by the Italian Institute for Statistics as urbanized area or urban cluster. So they are comparable in terms of size. The issue is much more evident with the census tracts related to rural areas and industrial areas. So in urban areas, they are almost comparable. Yes. Yeah.
Maybe the future results you maybe correct them. If there are many variations, I think you provide corrections or consider the size of the.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, thank you, Alfonso. We can go ahead with the next, the last but not the least speaker. And the next speaker is Martina Carla, and she will present a paper entitled Engaging Citizen in Public Housing Choices, Insight to Vietnam in Italy.
Okay, online is shared the screen. Because I don't know how it works. I think yes. I never touched. I don't touch
No,
nothing.
it's not the.
It's not.
It's not a shadow. Yeah.
Okay, easier. Okay,
Okay,
start the screen. Okay, here. Okay, sure. Okay.
Okay, now it's okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Martina Carra from the University of Brescia, and I'm very pleased today to present you a preliminary study that we start in our university with Vietnamese students. So for these, there are two cases for Vietnam in Italy, and the presentation concerning how engage citizens in public transport choice. Okay, and this is the organization of my presentation. So a little bit of context. We know that cities, we want that cities become smarter, safer, and more sustainable. And in this context, public transport are a key enabler of these transformations as it can offer a sustainability solution in mobility. But selecting the most suitable public transport system is a complex and context-dependent task that must consider a lot of features, a lot of criteria. So the technical feasibility, the user need, the long-term sustainability. So a challenge in transport planning today is how we can evaluate and prioritize the transport system, the alternative systems. In this way, the multi-criteria decision making is a crucial method. A lot of researchers, a lot of study applied it because it's a promising method in urban and transport planning. Since we know in our field, the decision making process involves a lot of stakeholders. These stakeholders have conflicting objectives or conflicting goals, and there is a lot of uncertainty. So, according to the state of the art, there are several multi-criteria decision making we can apply it, and that have been development. And this can be divided in three clusters. So there's one. The first one is the values-based method. So the sum additive weight or the analytical hypothesis that we told before. These methods are based on additive model. What is the negative point of these methods? Sometimes they oversimplify the complex text in decisions. The second was a ranking method like Electre or Prometheus that compare alternatives to determinate references. What is the problem with this method? Sometimes the results are ambiguous, and sometimes you haven't a result because you can't find the best solutions. It's a compromise. And the last is the goal-based method like Topsis and Vicor that assess how close each alternative is to an ideal solution. The problem is how can define the ideal solutions. So starting from this state of art, we identify in our knowledge three main gaps. That the first is that the study make comparative analysis with one method. So they don't compare different methods. They then don't compare different city size, different contexts. The second is that the best performing alternative is not always the most feasible for the implementation because there are a lot of criteria that are under considered. So how we can fix it? And the third is that the assessment in transport planning tend to involve experts, not citizens. So we have a limited stakeholder engagement in choice. For this reason, our preliminary study addresses those gaps with three objectives. The first one is we want to integrate compare different multi-criteria decision-making methods to see how much it's robust the results. and compare different city types and see how much the result can change with the same methods. And here we analyze two cases, a mega city, Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam, and a middle-sized city in Brescia in the north of Italy. And the third objective is that we want to involve citizens in the selection process. So our methodology is structured to support the selection of most suitable public transport system across different urban contexts, and it is organized. It consists of three main phases. So in the first one, we make an extensive literature review from several studies, and first we identify a finite set of alternatives that we can consider in the analysis. And next, we identify a set of criteria. The set of criteria, it's very relevant, we see in the other presentations, because it's able to capture all contextual and characterizing features of the alternatives or the context. And in the second phase, we involve the citizens from both cities, providing insight based on their daily operational judgments, so from their perspective. So we decide to evaluate it with the analytical hierarchy process. Why we choose this method? We choose this method because have the ability to address conflict, discrepancies among several groups and verify their consistency. So here in the slide we can see, first I take the pointer. Okay, here it consists of a matrix. So we make a pairwise comparison between criteria, and next an overall weight of criteria. It's computed with these equations, and next a consistencies test was made for each citizen judgment with the equations too. Third, in the phase 3, we ranked the transit alternatives with no multi-criteria decision-making methods. So the SOL, the additive weights, from it, it's a ranking, TOPSIS and VCOR, this is called base. So each method have the same building. So it started with the build out of the decision metrics, and next proceed to normalize the decision metrics that became an utility metrics. So the decision metrics in the normalizations decide if a criteria is a cost or a benefit. And finally, we compute the global score here. And we can see here in this schema that there are some relations between the different methods. And the weights computed in the previous phase are applied here to reflect the relevance of each criterion in the computations of global score. So, and this global score defines the final ranking. So here we can see that the computation of the different methods are different in all the three phases. So we have different computations, normalizations, different in parameters, different in global score. So the global score determines the rank. So we have from most to the least appropriate suitable solutions. One thing that it's different in TOPSIS and PROMETED, we have a positively oriented rankings. So the better is the higher. In another way, the VCOR is a negative oriented, so it works in an opposite way. So the method was applied into different urban contexts to explore how is a preliminary phase, how public transport system can be selected more effectively by citizens. So we select Ho Chi Minh, that it's a growing city, but I have a very aging infrastructure. So we can see we have only bus line and a railway line here in the yellow. And Brescia, that a mid-sized city, Italian city, where we have also a railway line, we have bus line, obviously, and also a metro line. But further expansion is needed because the traffic is too high. So, according to the method, in the first phase, alternatives were classified into several performance levels following the literature. So, in this case, the contribution of Vucic. So we have regular buses and trams in low performance level, bus rapid transit and light rail transit in medium, and metro and automatic light rail transit in high. So, and after, we distribute the alternatives on the two case study. Next, we selected the criteria. The criteria came from the literature, but we grouped it to make several levels and make the choice, the pairwise comparison more manageable by the citizens. So we grouped it into main categories. So we have the individual criteria, which reflect the needs and preferences of public transport users. So the criterion was the type of vehicles, comfort vehicles, safety, travel time, availability of public transport, reliability, directness. And the second group is provider public criteria, which relate considerations about service provider and public interest. So in this case, we consider maybe a little bit simplified two criteria that concern the investment costs and city development. Next, in the phase two, we engage citizens. We search to engage citizens. It's not easy things. We collected more or less 180 repli. Most of this of the repli are from Ho Chi Minh citizens, and very few from Brescia. But in the percentage are more or less the same if we compare the populations of the two cities. So in this case, there are some differences because in Ho Chi Minh City, the citizens prefer criteria on public and strategic dimensions, and in the Brescia case, most the individual and user-centered criteria. So there are a different perspective. And in terms of overall criteria, the most relevant result to the travel time and directness. So the user prefer the transport option that offers safe time and connected experiences of the trip. So they want not flexible systems. And in terms of provider public, they prefer city development, so the public interest from citizens. The investment cost, I think that it's the first criteria for expert perspective. So next in the phase 3, we build a decision matrix. So here, the technical data were drawn from official sources and reports. So we make a medium value from several transport system in Europe. And in this way, some criteria are qualitative. So we change, we transform the qualitative criteria in like a judgment value. So we transform like on a linguistic scale, so with a numbering take from the literature. And the final result is this one. We can see here the global score and the related ranking for the two cases. And the result is very consistent across the different methods, all of them. But in Ho Chi Minh, it's very clear because the metro emerged as a top ranked solution in all four approaches. So the gap between the metro and the other alternatives was very significant. And obviously, yes, metro is a solution for high density urban context. And in Brescia, we have an alternate in the best ranking that go from the automated light rail transit and tram. But if we consider the consistency, the tram was the best. And here you can see how it works for each alternative and for each method, the global score. 50 minutes, I close. So it's way too long. Okay, we think that we completed the objective, but we must to make much. We see in our previous study, that the value of included citizens is very important because the final results are very different from other case studies. But we needed to improve a lot of things. We need to improve data accuracy. The citizens involved are not too much. We needed to find an intuitive tool to involve more and more and more people. We needed to expand the citizen sample, obviously. In this way, we start in the last month with a Monte Carlo simulation and see how much the distribution can change the results. And we want to make in the same case the same survey with experts and see how much the result can change. Okay, these some references, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Martina. Any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. Were you able to link the weight system of citizens to social-demographic characteristics in some way, or was it just the questionnaire was just about not just sorry, but mainly on the weight comparison for the
we don't made it in some terms. When we choose the alternatives, we consider it. But when we choose the alternatives, we're reasoning about the population size. But in this preliminary phase, we don't do it some computation about it.
And you haven't collected data regarding social characteristics of your respondents.
Okay, yes, of course. Yes, there are, most of them are students, student from university, student, I think, from second school. I think that because we made the survey with the AHPOS platform and Google Form, and we shared the survey with the social networks. So probably the respondent was very young for this. Yes, this is a limit.
Thank you so much. We can close this section because maybe we have the last. Thank you so much to all the speakers, and see you later for another section after 4 p.m.
There are some flash here.
So how are you going to be the assistant for the next session?
For this session, I was the assistant.
I need for the next one
You are
to share. I am learning now.
okay.
So please. Yeah. So it's for this one. I am looking for this assist.
Alfonso here. Right now, I don't know where.
Wait, maybe if you don't mind me asking, it's very simple. Wait, how do I upload my presentation? I just need to
Upload
it. Yes.
your presentation.
Yeah, I just need to do it.
Just put it on the memory flash.
Okay. And
You are the one who worked on the
Yeah.
are you all for?
No, I just was here and I think I lost my
Your program.
Yes.
Yeah. See you later. Nice to meet you. You want to know how to share your presentation?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm because I think I should not use my laptop. If I use my laptop, of course, it's going to be much easier.
Yeah,
But,
no problem. You can
I use
your
mine?
own laptop, yeah.
But if
but
I use my own, the other ones online can see.
Yeah,
That's the point.
you should firstly plug this to your laptop,
Okay, so in
then
that
share
case-
your screen, and that's
Okay, fantastic. And for the others,
You need to register to the GT website, which shows this platform. You know that?
no.
It's on the program. The link
Okay,
of it-
but I don't have it here potentially. So
Do you have the
program?
program?
So if I am in this page, if you don't mind me asking, from here, where do I go now?
This is not program. You know,
Yes.
can you click here? This is the link of program. You should find your presentation.
Yeah, but now how I go to the program? It must be here.
Can you
Where is?
can you insert this link?
Okay.
ICCSA.org
Okay, so I will
program.
put here. Yeah, it's a good idea. Fantastic. Yeah.
You found it?
Are you going to present?
Yeah, yes, I'm the second person. No, thank you. I already, yes, thank you, Lucy. You are always so supportive. Thank you.
Yes. You should just find your.
Yeah. Now I think it's going to be easy. So
Yeah. Just click on go to G0.
okay, I want to find myself. Otherwise, find.
Don't worry, the technical assistant will.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. So then I just need to go to the cheats.
Yeah. Click on that. Then you can join.
Should I join now or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
It's not necessary.
Yes, this is true. Okay. You must be tired after being here for so long.
No. Where are you come from?
From Aston University, UK.
Oh, UK.
And you?
Are
you presenting?
I'm both present and then technical
Okay. What's the name of your university?
in Italy, University of Cagliari.
Oh, I know Chiara very well.
Yeah, Chiara
Fantastic.
is my PI actually.
She's your PI.
Yeah.
She's amazing. She's fantastic. I'm very pleased to know that you are working with her. Yeah, that's why, because I asked her and she told me, she referred to you. And she told me, he's there, but I didn't know she mentioned Reza. Reza, I think I met you a few weeks ago online. It was you.
It was you.
I remember when I was asking Chiara about this jail special, what I can do, and I remember she was very busy with you. It's very nice to meet you face to face, Reza. Really, very nice.
Yeah, me too.
I hope now you can do a break.
Yeah. Anyway, good luck for your presentation.
Thank you so much. I think this share is yours. The pen.
Yeah.
Is this laptop staying for the how?
This is for the presentation.
Okay.
Provided by yours.
I will take more water. Thank you so much, Reza. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Lucy, do you want to see if I drink the water? No, I'm going to get out and get some sense in the silver. Yeah, you pick your bowl and I should just sneak back there. Don't worry, you are always doing your okay.
Wow, it feels good.
Because I was thinking my laptop battery won't last to take this pen from Sylvia, but my phone battery will. Feeling good?
Yes. I was just tired to be in the other room. I couldn't read any secret or warm. Exactly. I was like,
No. I need to move.
yeah, but he.
So Kiara tried this last session, and she got quite a lot of energy.
I was expecting to see that one. You don't know what happened. So this is in the difference. Because I'm the question about this, and then it asked me, I said, "Oh, can you keep reading?" I just want something to talk and then I said to mom to go. They will leave. That's why I finished where I was co-author. There is my question. Then I went for the other one entire time. When it comes to the last one, I say to other person, can you carry over because we lost the system. I was frustrated. It's not. The person didn't know me. Just imagine that I was sitting there and then I was just going to do a presentation. The person didn't have any idea about my schedule. I see. I just saw the guy. I thought he was a little. His responsibility as his name was as assistant, he could find another one to replace him.
Yeah.
But he didn't. Sorry, Reza.
I'm gonna go and see if I can find somewhere to take this ball, and then I'll sneak back in it. Hopefully down the side and back to my seat.
Yeah. Yes.
For second
Don't worry.
presentation. Yes,
You
and both.
just one second.
But this is for the second one.
Yes, ma'am. You are muted. So that- You can also use.
Good afternoon. Six H that focus in bridging the gap that
happen in terms of equity for transport and mobility. And we will see for the next 5 sessions. I hope you hear some echo. Apologies, it's just a technical optimization here. So this session is about bringing more equality in terms of transport and mobility. And we will start now with the first presentation that is about delivering gamification in e-commerce for climate change, a persuasive technology to a technology acceptance model TAM approach. So I would like to invite to the virtual stage the authors for this study to present, please.
Can you hear me?
Very well. Yes, we.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen, but we don't see your presentation. Okay, now we can see it. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Weijie, and today I'll be presenting our paper titled Leveraging Gamification in E-commerce for Climate Change, a Persuasive Technology Acceptance Model Approach. So just to ground us in the problem space, climate change is strongly linked to the release of greenhouse gases, especially carbon dioxide. Most of these emissions today are anthropogenic, meaning they are driven by human activity, which is our energy use, transportation, manufacturing, and consumption. So each of us has what's called a carbon footprint, essentially our personal contribution to greenhouse gas emissions, and is typically measured in carbon dioxide equivalents. So the problem now is that climate change is worsening over the years, with global greenhouse gas emissions reaching its highest record ever at 53.79 billion metric tons in 2022. But despite increased media attention and public discourse, many individuals still struggle to understand their carbon impact or what they can do to reduce it. And while some tech solutions like AR and VR have shown promise for environmental education, they are of high cost and hardware requirements, and they have hardware requirements that might limit accessibility and large-scale impact. And that's where e-commerce comes in. Today, there are 2.71 billion e-commerce users worldwide, and platforms like Shopee and Lazada have become part of daily life, especially in the Southeast Asia region, not just for shopping, but also for their games. These platforms are already using gamification to influence users' behavior. Hence, this study proposes the combination of e-commerce and games to encourage users to learn about climate change and actively reduce their carbon footprint while keeping the experience something that is fun and rewarding. Ultimately, the main aim is that it would lead to self-persuasion to adopt sustainable behaviors. So the key objectives are to, number one, raise individual awareness about climate change through education of carbon footprint, emission sources, and environmental consequences. And number two, to increase individual or community efforts to reduce carbon footprints. So 3 research questions were developed for this study. Number one, will climate change-oriented gamification in e-commerce increase awareness of climate change? Number two, will games and gamification in e-commerce encourage individuals and communities to act more towards reducing climate change? And number three, will gamification, e-commerce, and the integration of a carbon footprint calculator contribute to the actions that would reduce carbon footprints? So moving on to the literature review, here we will focus on two main aspects, which is gamification in e-commerce and gamification for sustainability. For games, the cognitive load theory mentions that pattern identification helps learning, memory, and understanding. This is because game mechanisms can decompose chunks of information into smaller parts, making complex information become more digestible and easier to remember. Secondly, the gamified learning theory suggests that game-like features like challenges, rewards, and feedbacks can influence attitudes and behaviors in non-game contexts. So studies have also shown that elements like rewards, badges, and leaderboards are not just popular for implementation, but they are also effective at building loyalty and encouraging repeated engagement. Shopee, for example, has seen significant success in gamification for increased user engagement because accumulating rewards boosted satisfaction and interest, reinforcing the continued platform usage. And in terms of gamification for climate change, gamification in applications promoting climate change awareness was found to be more effective in encouraging sustainable behavior compared to other behavior modification techniques. So research showed that apps with rewards and feedback engaged users more effectively than those offering only theoretical information. However, another study also noted that if gamification in sustainability apps do not have any theoretical information at all, it would hinder knowledge development. And moving on to the methodology, in this study, self-determination theory was used as a reference for evaluating the user's results along with the technology acceptance model. Self-determination theory focuses on three core motivation. The first one being autonomy, where users want to feel in control of their decisions. And then competence, where they want to feel capable and effective. And lastly, relatedness, where they want to feel connected to a community. TAM, on the other hand, helps us understand how users adopt new technologies. So this is used in the survey to assess users' acceptance of the app's prototype and also the developed app. Constructs from TAM 1, 2, and 3 were used in this study, including perceived usefulness, ease of use, attitude towards using, and behavioral intention. So all these items were measured using a 5-point Likert scale. And for the app development, this study employed an iterative and incremental prototyping methodology where game features were gradually developed and adjusted based on insights from the literature review. And then the initial prototype was designed in Figma and underwent alpha testing with the Malaysian use. So now let me give a brief introduction to the ideated prototype. In this game, players would take on the role of managing their virtual homes and making eco-friendly decisions, such as maybe upgrading to solar energy in their virtual homes. So players can see their carbon footprint through a visual progress bar, and they are encouraged to also complete real-world eco-challenges like sorting trash and uploading photo proof to earn rewards such as e-commerce coins. There is also a leaderboard to create a sense of friendly competition and theoretical content that educates users on climate change. Based on the developed prototype, the results for alpha testing showed moderate levels of perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, and intention to use, suggesting that there were areas for improvement. Common feedback received includes that the theoretical information was too wordy, causing disengagement, so this was replaced with graphical methods to portray the information. And users also found the carbon footprint visualization to be very confusing, so this was changed to pie charts and a detailed report. Next, real-life challenges like uploading image proofs that they have conducted climate-friendly behaviors were said to be very hard to implement in real life, so this was replaced with climate-related mini-games like trash sorting or even beach cleanups. And lastly, a donation feature was also added, letting users to support those climate organizations directly if they would like to. Following the refinements, the app was developed and beta testing was conducted to assess the updated application. And across the table, we can see that every evaluated component performed better in beta testing with the positive differences. So this validates the changes we made based on the earlier feedback. And let's now revisit the 3 research questions. The first one being whether climate change-oriented gamification in e-commerce would increase awareness of climate change. And in accordance with the gamified learning theory and cognitive load theory, the application actually did set clear goals where users could get rewards if they met donation thresholds and carbon footprint reduction targets. And the game also allowed users to receive immediate feedback in mini-games where, for example, in the trash sorting game, users could immediately see whether their sorting of trash is correct through the addition or reduction of points. And additionally, the continuous reinforcement is also present in the game, where, for example, rewards like e-commerce coins, virtual badges, and certificates are awarded to users upon showing positive climate-related behaviors. So as you can see from the table, the average ratings pre-introduction to the game were all below 4. But after introduction of gamification elements, the scores increased to 4 and above, indicating that there was increased awareness. So this finding is similar with previous research, which finds that goals, feedbacks, and continuous reinforcement mechanisms increases awareness because it makes the learning process much more enjoyable, where positive reinforcement is also something that would encourage active engagement, deeper absorption, and repeated participation, which eventually leads to a long-term retention of knowledge. Hence, it is shown that climate change-oriented gamification in e-commerce does increase awareness of climate change. Moving on to the second research question, which is whether games and gamification in e-commerce encourages individuals and communities to act more towards reducing climate change. And to answer this, we will use the self-determination theory as a guiding framework. And let's start with autonomy. So initially, participants showed only moderate willingness to act on climate issues with an average score of 3.35. However, after we introduced the gamification into the game, this score increased to 4.18. So this increase reflects how elements like rewards such as e-commerce coins and achievements such as digital certificates serve as effective extrinsic motivators. So these rewards not only encourage action but also act as indirect persuasion mechanisms, where, for example, earning a certificate might start off as a pursuit of recognition for some people, but over time, users begin to reflect on their behavior and internalize the value, and followingly, they build intrinsic motivation for climate-friendly actions. This is because rewards can positively influence users' game enjoyment, contributing to their intrinsic motivation. Additionally, there was also a rise in the intention to donate, moving from 3.41 in the alpha version to 3.90 in the beta after introducing rewards like certificates. So this suggests that gamification elements did increase motivation in climate change reduction efforts. And moving on to competence, the SDT framework states that as users are increasingly aware, their competence level increases. The app's features such as achievement systems, point scoring, and leaderboards provided real-time feedback to users. So when users observe measurable increases in their outcomes, they experience feelings of success and mastery. Consequently, users are more likely to take part in activities and persist in them as they find the experience personally rewarding. So this was reflected in the beta testing, where participants reported a sense of empowerment scoring an average score of 4.20. This shows that users not only felt capable of taking climate-related actions, but were more likely to persist in those behaviors. And finally, we looked at social relatedness. So while the leaderboard provided a competitive element, participants rated it only moderately useful, scoring 3.85 on perceived usefulness. So this tells us that competition may not be the most effective form of social motivation when it comes to climate change. Instead, participants actually resonated more with the real-world actions, where after engaging with mini games, they reported an average willingness score of 4.18 to participate in the actual climate change mitigation initiatives. However, studies suggest that while gamification increases the willingness of someone to act, enhancing the social aspects of the game, for example, allowing collaborative challenges, can further foster a sense of collective purpose and engagement and motivation to act. And to the last research question, whether gamification, e-commerce, and the integration of a carbon footprint calculator could contribute to actions that would reduce carbon footprints. So by integrating a carbon footprint calculator into the platform, users actually receive real-time feedback on their carbon emissions. So this adds a layer of accountability and measurability to their actions, and participants actually responded positively to this feature, reporting an increased awareness of their carbon footprint. According to existing research, increased awareness of one's carbon footprint is strongly correlated to adopting more sustainable behaviors. This is because when users are made aware of their environmental impact of their decisions, they tend to take more informed and climate-conscious choices. Similarly, another study supports the idea that feedback mechanisms, especially those that are embedded inside digital platforms, can effectively drive behavioral change to reduce emissions. In our platform, we also included a donation feature supported by the achievement-based motivators, so users can directly contribute to climate-related causes such as recycling campaigns to reduce carbon footprints and etc. The average intention to use score here was 3.90, indicating a neutral to slightly positive willingness to donate. But while intention alone doesn't guarantee action, this score shows that the concept is viable, particularly if we enhance it further with social incentives or maybe even community-based goals. In conclusion, this study shows that integrating mini games and gamification into e-commerce is an effective way to raise climate change awareness and reduce individual carbon footprints. Thus, compared to costly technologies like AR and VR, this approach offers a more accessible and cost-effective alternative that can reach a much broader audience. To further enhance user motivation and engagement, this study would recommend adding features such as social forums to share experiences, peer connection tools for accountability, and also collaborative challenges. So sorry, I'll finish it up. This study has its limitations where, for example, the sample size was small and limited to a specific demographic, and testing was conducted over a relatively short period, which limited our ability to actually observe long-term behavioral change. So to solve this, future research can actually conduct studies with larger and more diverse populations, or even run longitudinal evaluations to assess the sustained behavioral change. And thank you for your time and attention. I'm open for the discussion now.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. So we have a question here in the room in Istanbul. Please, if you would like to come here to present your question, it will be easier. Thank you.
Hi there. We have an echo here. My name is Alenka Pavlik. I work at Iowa State University, and I work games and video games. It's my research area. So thank you so much for your interesting work. I did not quite get what the premise of your game was, and was this one game or several? Because in conclusions you said mini games, and you will quickly show us some kind of user interface, but it was not clear what the game is about. And then how many participants you tested? I missed that information. And then I have one suggestion.
Okay, so actually this is a game in e-commerce, and inside the game there are additional mini games inside
Oh, okay. Okay.
that work as
Because
challenges.
it didn't quite come clear
Okay.
what the game is about or what the mini games are about. I'm sorry. So did you test all of them with how many participants, or you tested with one? How did you test?
Okay, so the alpha testing was conducted with 37 participants, and beta testing was conducted with 43 participants, and they were conducted through a survey through Google Forms.
Okay, so
sorry, the mic is
that are very general. So would e-commerce happen this, climate change happen this? But you tested with 27 participants in your game. You can't make a general conclusion like that, which is a big conclusion, right? So I would suggest you to be more careful to say, in our game, we notice this and this, but not like it's true for e-commerce, games, gamification, for climate change. Okay, it's a too big conclusion for you're doing a great job, but it's a too big conclusion in any of your analysis that you had a very low number of participants. Make sense for you?
Yes, understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I will be checking your paper. It's really good work. I might even contact you. Let's see. Because I'm interested, why are you calling gamification versus game? Because you are using mini games. Why would that be called gamification? Why did you choose this expression? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much. I would like to ask, and apologies for the echo. Is there any other question also from the audience joining us online? Hello, can you hear me now better? If you could just give me a sign like.
Yeah, it's better.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much for confirming. We appreciate. So we are restarting now.
You need to share the presentation.
Yes, exactly. As presenter.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much, Anton. Oh, I'm fine.
Which one?
Is this one? Fantastic. So now we can close this. Okay. So thank you so much all for your patience waiting for us to solve this. But yes, we can recognize now that we have improved. So the next presentation, I have the pleasure that I am one of the authors. I am Guilhermina Turão, assistant professor at Aston University, and also the chair for this session, as you have noticed. So the next study that I will be presenting is about understanding the gender gap in the acceptance of automated vehicles. And this study is based on a mobility survey across 17 countries. As a presentation organization, I will introduce the background and the motivation to conduct this study, followed by the aim, the methodological approach, then highlighted measure results, and then concluding with key remarks and also proposing, based on the current findings, future recommendations for policy implementation. So what is the motivation for this study? Maybe some of you are aware that there is the perceived understanding that men are more technological oriented, especially when it comes to the introduction of new technologies in the market. Men are more likely to be the early adopters of new technologies, while women, they don't feel so much attracted to explore new technology. But this is a stereotype, and here it was the motivation to investigate if this stereotype should also be noticed when it comes to the adoption of the next generation of automated vehicles. So we looked to the state of the art to see if they were identifying and highlighting differences between males and females' acceptance of automated vehicles. And in some studies, as a matter of fact, men have shown higher acceptance of automated vehicles comparing to women. There are also some literature studies that they have shown that both men and women have equal acceptance of the future automated mobility. But it was also interesting to notice that others that have mentioned that the gender really has a very small effect on the acceptance of automated vehicles, so there is no effect of gender. And most interesting for us, it was when we noticed, because all these studies, they were just focused in one country. When we bring more participants across different countries, as a matter of fact, for example, I will highlight an idea that it was a study that used participants in Israel and also participants in North America. While in Israel, he found that men were more positive and women were more negative towards the adoption of automated vehicles. The opposite was true for North America. So, and we find a few more studies. So the consistency of the results could not be confirmed across several countries. So this it was really the motivation to conduct this study. So I have here two questions. They are not research questions, but it's just to engage with you and also with you online. So how willing are men and women to use automated vehicles? And also, since we are in this ICCS conference, that is also held this year in Turkey, I hope that at the end of the session you will be able to answer especially to question number 2. Do men and women differ in their acceptance of automated vehicles in Turkey? So hold a few minutes and you will have the answer at the end of this session. So regarding to the aim after the introduction of the scope, the major aim it was to gain a better understanding of the gender gap in the willingness to use automated vehicles by analyzing a global mobility survey that has covered 5 continents, Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, and South Africa. And also contributing to the critical gap that I showed in our slide, where we don't have consistency on the gender gap in the acceptance of the future automated mobility. This study is based in the L3 pilot. Here is the link. I will not now, to not disturb our session, I will not run this, but this it was the largest European funded project testing in Europe, really SAE vehicles, meaning automated vehicles at SAE level 3. So this it was the funding project that provided the data for this study. Just some introductions before we move on. In this study, we consider automated vehicle as SAE level 3. What does it mean? This means these vehicles, they can perform in full automation in specific environments, such as if it is a specific lane in the motorway, and if the environment really allows a safety algorithm control, lateral and longitudinal control of the vehicle, and yes, the vehicle will be able to take over in those control environments. Gender gap, how it was defined, so basically here is a representation. It means that based on the literature, the gap, it has been presented as men are more positive towards adoption and acceptance of AVs comparing to women. How we have analyzed in this study? By looking to measuring the real statistical difference between the willingness to use AVs between men and women. So those are the definition. As an overview of the methodology approach, so this is based on the L3 pilot project that I showed, funded in part by the European Commission, that has provided access to a wonderful, very rich global survey, as you will see next. So with the data across 17 countries, and then our focus was specifically on the gender gap for the acceptance of vehicles. So you may be curious by now, what are these 17 countries? Brazil, China, Finland, France, Germany, Hungary, India, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Russia, Spain, South Africa, Sweden, Turkey, and here we are, United Kingdom, and USA. So next I will start to show the results for all these countries. Just very briefly, without too much detail, this global survey, we use a recruiting agency to really make it standardized to be officially translated for the 17 countries. And of course, to be representative of the population for each of the 17 countries. Those 17 countries, how they were selected based on their market visibility for the future adoption of automated vehicles. So we collect information about the background, such as socio-demographic, also the participants' overall attitudes towards the adoption of the conditional automated vehicles. And here is the focus of this study. So the gender gap, it really brings attention to the intention to use these conditional automated vehicles. We define a new variable. The online survey, it was very extensive. It has this target variable intention to use conditional automated vehicles in the future. And by that, it has also this question, intention to use conditionally automated vehicles in everyday trips. So, since we have these two questions, we formulate a new target question that is the willingness to use automated vehicles. So basically, we define this new target variable as a sum of the answers to this question, the intention to use in the future plus the intention to use in everyday trips divided per 2. So we come with this new target question. And here is some kind of very brief presentation of how we have calculated the gender means difference for the intention to use, for example, AVs in the future. So this it was computed as mean intention to use of AVs in the future by men minus the mean intention to use of AVs in the future by women. We did the same for intention to use during every day, and then we did also the same kind of adjust calculation for the new target variable that it was willingness to use. Data analysis was performed with SPSS statistics, and we ran a non-parametric and parametric t-test. So here we are, just a brief presentation of the participants. The sample, it was really very large. It was more than 18,000 participants, around 1,000 participants more or less for each country. We have 17 countries. As you can see, the percentage of male and female was really very well balanced, because it was also proposed for this study to ensure better data representativeness and also quality. So first, the results for the intention to use, that it was one of the target variable. So we focus on the males. Here it is the results on the intention to use overall acceptance, and also for the female side. And we notice that, as a matter of fact, that it was a statistical difference between males and females. Meaning, in this particular case, that yes, men, they were more positive, they show a higher score compared to the males, and these females, this difference was statistical. Also, for the other target variable, the intention to use AVs for everyday trips, we also have a significant statistical difference between females and males rating. So, then moving to the new target variable willingness to use, that we also compute. Again, this is confirmed, but yes, this variable comes from the other two. So we look to the males and female scores, and again, the male scores was higher. So based on these results, we could say, and in accordance with the literature review, that yes, we can confirm men are more positive towards the acceptance of automated vehicles compared to women. However, I also showed in the earlier slide that at the end of the session, you will be able to answer about if men are also more positive than women in the acceptance of AVs in Turkey. Right now, you are not able to answer that question yet. So we are moving now, rather than focus on the overall sample, we are going to stratify at country level to see what happened. So here are the values. We see here on the left the 17 countries. We see here Turkey in this row. So we have the number from the participants of males, females, and the standard deviation. Here we focus more on the effect size of the difference between the mean difference for each country. Means this was computed as the mean for men minus the mean score for acceptance for females. And what is highlighted here, it shows where we really have a gap, meaning that there was a difference between female and females rating. And you see here that yes, for Turkey, we have a value that it was statistically significant. And also for all these countries, South Africa, Hungary, and so on, Sweden and Finland. So there it was a statistical difference. However, I want to bring your attention, and maybe this chart it will help, that when it comes to Turkey, you can see here that the average score for males it was 4.12, and for women it was 4.26. So as a matter of fact, in Turkey, there it was a statistical significance that females are more positive towards adoption of AVs compared to male counterparts. But this was not the case. For example, for Spain, for Sweden, as you can see here that we had a positive score, meaning that here it was really a gender gap with men being more positive towards the acceptance of IVs comparing to females. Here is another illustration of this analysis about the gender gap effect size. And as you can notice in this visualization, this has been organized in order to show the effect size of the gender gap across the 17 countries. So in these first countries here, sorry, I have here an animation didn't work. We can see that for Turkey, India, and China, as a matter of fact, females, they are more positive towards the adoption of IVs. Comparing to their counterparts. But from Brazil and go on in this direction to Finland, as a matter of fact, females, they were more negative. They were more reluctant to consider that they are going to use or they have willingness to use adopt AVs in the future. I also want to bring your attention that based on the statistical analysis, there was only a significant statistical difference between males and females rating for Turkey and India. For China, also in the bar, we could be thinking that females were also more positive. Yes, they were more positive, but there it was not a significant statistical difference between the ratings from females and males. Therefore, we cannot say that in China and Indonesia there it was a gap. It was not there. It was a difference, but it was not statistical significant. Russia, there it was equality, there it was no gap, no difference between the two genders considered. And yes, we start to see here a significant real difference with the men being more positive towards the adoption of AVs in the future. So as conclusion, major findings from this study, as a matter of fact, men are more positive towards the adoption of AVs. In South Africa, Hungary, Italy, Germany, France, Spain, Japan, US, Sweden, and Finland. The same is if we would say that in these countries men are more positive, it means that females are more negative. On the other hand, our data also showed no significant gender differences were observed in Brazil, in China, Indonesia, Russia, or even in UK. So here there it was some difference, but it was not statistical significant. Lastly, only Turkey and India across the 17 countries, these were the two countries where, as a matter of fact, and is represented here by the flags, the women have reported a statistical significant higher willingness to use AVs in the future compared to their male counterparts. Lastly, as a remark from these current findings, it is very important that we pay attention to the context-dependent nature of the gender difference in the acceptance of AVs. Why? You can consider. So as we move forward the transportation landscape and we want to bring new transport mobility options, think like that. In China, we don't have a different statistical significance between female and males, but in USA we have. So it means that in USA, maybe the automakers should focus more in the males market potential customer, potential users for the future, comparing to females? Would that be a reasonable approach or not? Also, for example, in Sweden and Finland, if women are really more negative, how should this new transport mobility solution be introduced? So we really need to consider the context dependent, and also we should not generalize. We should not consider that the technology can really be functional and designed for an average population. This does not work this way. We need to be inclusive, and we need to attend the different needs of the different segments of our population, and also the diversity of the different user groups that have different needs. And based on this context dependent, I will close just with three recommendations based on these findings. First, it is extremely helpful that we integrate gender-sensitive design and testing in the development of ADs, because we have seen that for 7 countries, women or females, they are more negative. Why they are more negative? This needs to be investigated, because this will influence how the new technology can really be uptake, future, or implemented or scaled in the current transport system. So for the design and testing, it's very important that we bring the co-creation from other users, females, but also persons with a disability, different age groups, different ethnicities, so they can provide feedback on the expectations and needs. By that, it is very important that we also consider a policy structure that really brings the equity in the gender. So gender inclusivity strategies are really strongly recommended, because they can ensure a more equitable access to the new automated mobility. Policymakers, they must consider how they can implement and propose strategies, policy implementation, urban planning, and transport planning strategies that are more gender inclusive. And gender inclusive, but also socially inclusive for other user groups, and not focus just on an average or neutral user group. Lastly, the implementation is very country specific, and the interventions needs really to take into account the cultural differences across different countries. We have done a previous study where we investigated this further, but it was across 8 European countries, where we bring GDP and the Gender Equality Index. This is a follow-up study, and we will continue with this study after we have confirmed that there is not a regular trend in the gender gap. We are going to further investigate why this happens in some countries and not in other countries, by bringing other country covariates statistics information. And this was it that I have for today. So thank you so much. Any questions? Yes.
Thank you so much. Really interesting, especially because there were several different countries involved. But a thought that I have is a car is a very specific product, and I experienced that many times men are in general more interested in cars, not just AV, but in general. Like if there's a boyfriend that is talking about the car, I would get like, I'm not interested in this discussion or this type of a product. So I wonder if you think that this may also influence a little bit your results as. And maybe like a biking possibly would be more neutral, or maybe, I'm not sure about the scooter, but a car as such that is initially or in general of more of interest to men. How do you consider this in your study, or how does this affect?
I really appreciate your question, and there are different angles that I could bring here to encode. There is not such what is the right answer to this question, but different perspectives. So when As a matter of fact, in terms of statistics, there is a difference between how females travel and how men travel. In general, humans, they use the car less often, they walk more, and they have more daily trips per day, and they also use more the public transport compared to men. These are generical statistics. However, I also want to bring the attention why this may happen. Well, a potential contributor can be because females' salary is lower than their counterparts. Usually in households that have a car, usually who takes the car usually is a man. But these are some kind of also stereotypes that I don't want to say these are a solid justification that men are more engaged and more attracted to think about the future vehicle or the next vehicle purchase comparing to women. It may be that, yes, they have more interest in technology, but then I will debate this way. Why they have more interest in technology? Potentially because at home we know there are official statistics I used in the previous study, just focusing 8 European countries in Europe, that in terms of household, females are the ones that do most of the unpaid work. So does it mean if there are elderly at home or nearby, they are the ones that usually take care of the elderly? If there are kids, mostly of the taking care of the kids is usually assigned to the female rather than the male partner. Of course, now there are more modern, equitable couples. But what does it mean? Does it mean that as women have, and there are statistics on that, as women have more unpaid work, they do more unpaid work, they may not have so much energy or so much interest at the end of the day, after having an official job, after taking care of the kids at home, for example, to go online and to explore, what is this new technology? So I think maybe it's more the lifestyle rather than a gender effect.
But because, for example, if you look at kids, boys will always get little cars, and they would play with cars. A car is for me such a boy's toy, and the girls, very few kids as girls would get a present, a little car as a present.
I was with children, wonderful.
Yeah.
The problem is that because since the born, they are used to have the dolls.
They are educated that way.
They are used to technology or the dolls. I was the opposite because my dolls older are entire new because my dolls, because I never do my work with dolls because I hated that. Because I was not very useful in my time because I'm 60, but I hated dolls.
Yeah, but so I grew up.
Usually to my brother, they give books, not only the cards, books, cards, all things that were with the technology was to them. For me, it was the opposite. The ovens, the plastic, the ovens, the plates, the balls, and everything that it was supposed to be at home.
They adopt a stereotype. Exactly. They go for a stereotype, assuming that because you were born as a female, you will like pink and the dolls. They assume. They didn't even ask you. There are stereotypes that the society sometimes tends towards just to adopt without really understanding what is the actual preference for the person. So this study will carry on, and we really want to focus on what are the circumstances of each of the 17 countries that can, in a certain way, help us to better understand why it happened gender gap in certain countries, but not in others.
Even today, it is the burden for the girl, not the boy. Because we have that concept. So I'm not giving the barbecue to a boy. Maybe it becomes something that we don't know or we don't want.
But there's also,
It is,
there's also a different research where they had like a twin boys, and one was it's a very famous story, but it was somehow damaged, and then they wanted to turn him into a girl as an experiment, and then they even though it was like a girl, girl born as a boy, but then raised as a girl, would still be interested in boys' toys, so to say. I mean, there are many very interesting experiments. So yeah, it's a fascinating topic. But what I wanted to say with this was that the car as such is a very specific product versus a more neutral.
Assign more to the male gender. Apologies, I
Okay,
really
yes, I
love to
know.
continue, but since we have an audience online, just very briefly, may I ask if there are any questions online? And feel free also, I provide my contact, just in case if you want to email, maybe this one? No? Yeah, here. Thank you so much, Alfonso. Thank you.
Welcome.
So I don't see any hands up. So if there are no current questions, we will move to the third presentation for this afternoon. So I would like to invite to the stage now the co-authors involved with the study, spatial temporal analysis of e-scooters demand in Lexington, Kentucky. So we have now, this is an international session, so we are very pleased to have someone from North America. So is Andreas, you are going to present. If you can share your screen, it will be great.
Yeah.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We don't hear you very well.
Now it's better?
Yes, now it's
Okay.
better. But,
Okay.
okay, so I am 100.
Can you see my screen? It's okay?
Yes, we see your screen. The screen we can see very well. So,
Okay, thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Nikiforiadis Andreas. I'm an assistant professor in the Demokritos University of Thrace. Actually, I'm in Greece. I'm not in North America. But the research that I will present you, entitled Spatiotemporal Analysis of E-Scooter Demand in Lexington, Kentucky, has been carried out along with other professors and researchers from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in Greece and also from the University of Kentucky in the US. As in many countries across the world, in the US, the Shelby scooters were introduced in 2017. And as in the most cases, after their introduction, they became rapidly a trend. This can mostly attribute it to the dockless nature of this micromobility operation, which provides a very flexible alternative, which is considered ideal for first and last mile trips. Also, it is considered ideal for last minute trips, as previous studies indicate. On the other hand, this rapid introduction of shared scooters created many challenges. To name a few, shared scooters at a large extent replaced walking trips. Also, we have many phenomena of public space invasion, concerns related with transport safety. So during the last 2-3 years, many countries and many cities across the world are trying to prepare themselves. They are developing regulations, they are establishing restrictions, and for efficiently integrating these these systems in recent transportation systems, it is very important to analyze the actual data, the actual usage of these services. Based on this analysis, we can identify who is using micromobility, how micromobility is being used, and where. So in this direction, our analysis focuses in the case of Lexington, Kentucky, and we perform a spatiotemporal analysis based on actual trips from companies that operate in the city. Based on this analysis, we can guide decision making both for operators and local authorities. For instance, operators can have a knowledge about which areas within the city can have a demand for their system, where they should place their vehicles, how they should redistribute their vehicles within the day. And on the other side, local authorities can have a guidance about where it is ideal to develop a cycle network, since micromobility vehicles use these networks, which areas have a great potential for establishing multimodal hubs, shared mobility hubs, or at least micromobility docks, either virtual or physical. And finally, where to establish some special restrictions like specific speed limits due to overcrowding of these vehicles. As I said before, our analysis focuses in the city of Lexington, which is the second largest city in Kentucky. According to the latest census in the US, it has approximately 320,000 population. In this city, Shelby scooters operated 2 years later than in the other US cities. More specifically, they started operating in summer 2019. And in this paper, we analyzed data from the two companies that operate in Lexington, namely Bird and Spin, two very large companies with large fleets. More specifically, the data that we analyze are historic trips from these two companies for the year 2022. And for those that have already used in the past historic micromobility trips, they probably know that these records include a date, a timestamp for having the specific hour that each trip started and each trip ended. Also, we have the coordinates of the origin and destination of each trip, the distance, the total duration of the trip, and also, sorry?
Apologies, Andrea. Here the audience have suggested if you could put the full mode of the presentation, because we also see the other slides on the left.
Okay, for me it's in the full mode, but maybe I can do it again.
Okay, he's not moving the slides based on the...
Now it's okay?
I was wondering if he could put the full mode, so...
Control L.
Yes. So can you try Control L? Control L?
In my computer is in the full screen mode. Maybe I have to stop sharing and share again. Stop sharing.
Apologies, Andrea, but otherwise we carry on. So do not feel so much pressure. We will be interesting to see, more easily phone size.
Is it okay now?
Okay, yes, now it's better. Thank you so much, Andrea.
Okay, otherwise I can share it from a PDF file, but in my PC it is from a full screen mode. I don't know why it's presented in this way to you. Okay.
It's good now.
Okay. So we used this data from Bird and Spin with these characteristics. These variables were available in our data set. When we received this data set, as usual, they had many unrealistic values, so we performed the data cleaning based on the route length, on the trip duration, on the average speed of the vehicle, and finally we concluded with more than 100,000 records, historic trips from the two companies. For our analysis, we also enriched our data by gathering weather data as well as calendar data. And specifically for the spatial analysis that I will present afterwards, we also gathered points of interest from OpenStreetMap. Here you can see firstly a figure about the distance, of that the trips were performing, and as we were expected, the vast majority of the trips have a distance fewer than 2 kilometers. And this is in line with previous studies that identify that self-driving scooters are an ideal mode for first and last mile trips, and they can have great synergies with public transport. On the second figure, we can see the distribution of the duration of trips for the weekdays and the weekends. For the weekdays, we can see a highly right-skewed distribution. The majority of the trips have the duration fewer than 5 minutes, while for the weekends, okay, sorry.
Apologies, are you moving the slides? Because for us is showing methodology data collection.
Yeah, I'm moving. I don't know why.
Okay.
Let me try to move to see if it's moving also to you.
And now we see, I think you were talking exactly about this distance and duration, weekdays and weekends. Exactly.
But I'm trying to change again the slide to see if it works well with you. Does it change or not?
No.
Okay. Would you like to try share a PDF file?
No, I think if you go to the left column, you can change. Yes, yeah. Now we can see comparing July and December.
Okay, I'm going back. I was here. Is it okay?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And regarding the second figure, as I was telling, it presents the distribution of the duration for the weekdays and the weekends. For the weekdays, we have a highly right-skewed distribution, meaning that the majority of trips have a duration less than 5 minutes. And we have a very different distribution for the weekends. Again, we have a distribution which is close to right-skewed, but here we see that we have a great portion of trips that have a duration greater than 10 minutes. This is an interesting result because it indicates that during weekdays, self-scooters in Lexington are used for commuting for the most of the cases and not for leisure activities as we have identified in other cities. Going deeper to the comparison between weekdays and weekends, we can see here the distribution of rentals within the day. Again, we can see a great difference in the distribution between weekdays and weekends. In the weekdays, the peaks overlap with the typical working hours, and we have more specifically a peak between 9 and 4 o'clock, while during weekends we have peaks later in the day after 5 o'clock. Again, this highlights the great use for commuting during weekdays, which is very important since this is the purpose that we would like for these types of vehicles to be used. One additional figure for analyzing the data. Here we identify a great correlation between the number of trips and temperature. We can see that during the summer months that we have peak temperatures, the number of rentals of self-scooters are at very low levels. And on the other hand, when we have mid temperatures, we have the peaks. So we see, as we have identified in other cities, that the peak periods are during March, April, and again after summer, namely September and October. These results has been are totally in line with results that we have also seen in European cities. Going a little more deeper in the impact of the weather conditions, we decided to compare July, where we have very high temperatures in Lexington, with December, where we have very low temperatures. What we are seeing here is that we have a great difference in the mean duration and the mean distance of the trips. This is also an interesting finding because it shows that based on the weather conditions, we don't have only modifications, we don't have only impacts on the number of trips that are being conducted, but we also have impacts on the characteristics of these trips. We see that on December, we have very much shorter trips comparing to July. Then we go on with the spatial analysis. We implemented two different techniques for presenting the results in the form of maps. As I said before, for the purposes of the spatial analysis, we also gathered points of interest from OpenStreetMap, more specifically stadiums, theaters, universities, dining areas, retail stores, and parks. And here we have a first comparison between two different months, namely February, winter, and July in summer. Here we can see that during February, where we have a very strong activity in the university, the e-scooter demand is largely concentrated within the university campus and around the university campus. On the other hand, we see that on July, we have very lower demand overall, and also that the demand shifts from the university to another area in the city center where we have a concentration of points of interest that are for recreational purposes. Similar are the results in these two figures where we compare the demand during weekdays and weekends. Again, during weekdays, we have a great concentration of the demand around the university campus, while during weekends we have less demand, and the demand is moving from the university to other areas of the city, where we have concentration of theaters, cinemas, venues, museums, and other activities and other recreational activities. Finally, we compare the concentration of demand during morning hours and during the night. We can see during morning again that the concentration is around the university campus, while at night we have a more dispersed demand, and the demand is concentrated again in areas where we have points of interest related to leisure and recreation. Concluding, our analysis supports previous studies that claim that self scooters are a mode that mostly used for first and last mile trips and that they can be combined perfectly with public transport. And also we identified significant variations both in terms of the spatial characteristics and the temporal characteristics. Regarding the temporal characteristics, we show that during weekdays we have more trips, and these trips are usually shorter than the trips that we have on weekends. The demand is significantly affected by the months and the weather characteristics. And we have a very different pattern of peaks during weekdays comparing with weekends. The most important finding, in my opinion, which differentiates from other studies, is the last bullet that we have here. We knew from previous published studies that university students and in general the youth are the main users of these systems. But in no other case we have identified that a university is such an important attraction pole of e-scooter trips. We saw in the case of Lexington that the University of Kentucky is a major determinant of the concentration of the demand, and we have significant variations, spatial variations, when the University of Kentucky operates and when it does not operate. So this is an important finding which we need to cross-examine with other cases, with other cities that also have a great university population. This is all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention. You are very welcome to contact with me and have further information about our study that we are doing in electric scooters.
Thank you so much, Andres. Any questions from the audience? Andreas, very briefly, I would like to ask, did you conduct some kind of profile analysis of the users for these scooters? Because you mentioned the campus at Kentucky University, so I presume your users, they are really young users. Do you have like any profile in terms of age, gender distribution?
In previous articles that we have published, we have dealt a lot with this, with the profile of users, but in this case, our analysis focused in the city of Thessaloniki in Greece, not in Lexington.
Yes.
For the case of Lexington, we have not attempted to profile the users, but the data that we had were anonymous due to GDPR reasons,
Yes.
and we had only access to the specific characteristics of the trip origin, the trip destination, and the time of each trip. So it was not feasible to have a profiling of the users. But of course, based on the findings, we identify also in the city of Lexington that a great majority of users is university students. This is obvious from the analysis.
I understand. It makes sense. So I just want to ask, in the online audience, is there any question that you would like to present now to Andreas? So at the moment, it seems there is no questions, but I think, yes, the audience has access to the papers and the authors team. So Andreas, thank you so much for your presentation. Very interesting. So we are moving now to the next presentation. I have the pleasure to invite to the stage. I see Professor Tiziana Campsi is online, but I also see Chiara. Chiara is online. So Chiara, is you that is going to present next?
I'm going to present.
Okay, fantastic. So, Chiara, the floor is yours. The next presentation is from Core University.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, now we see, but not sure if, yes, much better now. Fantastic, Chiara.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. The aim of this paper, conducted in collaboration with Professor Campisi, PhD Russo, and Professor Tesoriere and Professor Torrao, is to analyze the development of integrated public transport and on-demand services in order to improve a greater flexibility and complementarity of the transport mode choices. Starting from a general overview, we can talk about the rapid urbanization of these years and the technological developments that in the mobility sector are underlining the importance of the deployment of these flexible and complementary services. We talk about the complementary public transport services with demand responsive transport, or also called DRT. So this integration in the European and the UK context present a significant opportunity in order to improve sustainability and mobility in both urban and rural areas. In this way, the main goal of this research is to conduct an in-depth analysis starting from the state of the art, focusing on the sustainability and in the context of DRT mobility, then switching to a SWOT analysis approach, ending with the analysis of application case studies. So in this way, we can analyze strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and all the strategies that can be involved in strategies to implement the DRT PT services. Regarding the background issues, as we can learn from the European recommendation, include, and especially the 23rd agenda,
goal 11, all the transportation system should be understood and thought as safe, sustainable, and affordable. And especially this global plan is founded on some principles of sustainability, especially environmental, economic, and social one. So, as we can learn from the current scientific literature review, they all often analyze all the peculiarities of DRT and also the main diffusion, spatial-temporal diffusion. However, the growing interest in this topic and the importance of this integration between DRTS and PTS, which is the focus of these studies, is not sufficient. Nowadays, the previous studies have focused on the theme of accessibility in rural areas, in weak demand areas, and accessibility relates to the vulnerable users. Then there are some studies who defined the possible definition of complementary integrated services. Some studies also analyze the gap between the public transport market and their DRT1. Another issue is the cost. So the costs could be balanced and contained since the on-demand services can integrate the public transport, and then the importance of this complementarity between these two services in order to guarantee environmental, economic, and social sustainability. This examination only highlights the positive and negative aspect of this integration between the two services, as we can find in literature review. Unfortunately, there is not, through a SWOT analysis, the examination of the strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities of this topic, so the topic of integration between DRT and PT. Switching to the methodology, this paper proposes a triple analysis that can be defined as a hybrid systematic literature review. In this way, we can understand the benefits and challenges due to this implementation. The first step of this analysis is literature review. Involves some specific keywords and search engine such as WOS and Science Direct, and using Boolean operators. Then the second step is also the year of publication, because among all the criteria for selecting search result, the year of publication is an important one, and the search target is between 2014 and 2024, as we can see from this table. The second step is the SWOT analysis. It's well known as a technique in order to conduct a strategy study, understanding and defining a matrix in where we can find the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of a specific project. And this one is useful when we need, for example, to convert our weaknesses into a strength. In this way, this research aims to analyze various perspectives on implementing DRT services. Because by analyzing past case studies, the service offered can be improved by producing and using community benefits. So in order to encourage users and customers to use these services, it's necessary to identify and understand their needs. Therefore, the following tables are showing a SWOT analysis considering the different point of view that we taken into account. For example, the first one is the point of view of the users. So here are some of the most important elements of strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, and threats of the users. The second is related to the local government. So some elements are similar to the first one, but we can, for example, find different point of view and so different elements. And the third one is regarding the service managers. So it better refers to the low operating cost, the investing in green technology, and so on. The last part of the results refers to the case studies, because this research wants to analyze the scientific literature review and all the case studies all around Europe and UK that have already used an on-demand services integrated with the public transport. So these case studies are compared to in order to verify scientific trends, model analysis, and in this way we can understand what has been demonstrated using the SWOT analysis in the previous slide. And so it is possible to confirm that the hypothesis formulated using the SWOT analysis could be useful in order to integrate these two services. Here are stated some of the most important results of this case study already operational. For example, the integration with DRT could have a positive impact on the attractiveness of public transport, but also we can also improve the flexibility of the service in order to improve and consolidate the social dynamics and mobility needs, and also accessibility issues. To conclude, this research paper conduct a hybrid systematic literature review in order to identify some consideration. The first one is that the distribution of DRT services, it's an unbalanced one in the European context, maybe due to social, economic, and regulatory factors. The second one is that DRT with the conventional transport can lead some technological advancement and also can offer and improve some social dynamic and accessibility dynamic in low demand areas. Another one is that we need to emphasize and implement this SWOT analysis approach during the planning phase of these transport services by focusing on the different categories of users and from the different point of views. Last consideration relates to the future steps of this research. The first one refers to the MAS platform, because thanks to this new technology, we can promote a sustainable urban mobility planning and all the strategies. And we can also improve accessibility for all users, including the vulnerable ones. And the last one is the SWOT analysis. So thanks to this technique and thanks to the participatory workshop, we can also include stakeholders and their point of view by using their point of view to have some benefits. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Chiara. Very good. Any questions from the audience? Chiara, you mentioned that can you hear me?
Yeah.
Fantastic. You mentioned that the integration of DRT is going to contribute to more accessibility, social dynamics. This is really great. How do you think that it can really facilitate the access for rural areas?
Because maybe we can understand all the needs of citizens in the rural areas and only asking them, understanding them, their needs, and so using the elements of the SWOT analysis, trend, weaknesses, and so on, we can improve the accessibility of rural areas, but also we can also improve the accessibility and the valorization of these areas. So it could be like an opportunity for these rural areas which are far from the city center, from the urban areas.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's see if there is any online question. Chiara, it was really very interesting. If not, we are moving now to the last but not least is the presentation from Stefanos Tisidinius. I see you online, and this last presentation is about future scenarios and equity implications in pedestrian accessibility in Athens, Greece. So, Stefanos, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Give me one moment to share my screen. And,
yes.
Here we are. And please notify me if you can see that on full screen mode.
Yes, it's perfect now.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks a lot. And thanks for the introduction. Yeah, and we are going to talk about pedestrians and accessibility with some equity implications. And I'm really happy that this session covered different modes. We started by cars, we continued to scooters and public transport. And now what was missing was the pedestrians. So our work with Maria Eleni is like to explore different kinds of pedestrian accessibility implications in a suburban area in Athens. So we should notify once again, we should note and underline once again that cities are really complex and we have many problems, especially in Mediterranean countries and cities, and more especially in Athens. So it's like we have to go beyond the efficiency and sustainability, and we should strive for equity. And one significant aspect of equity is active transport. And this is very, very important if we want to change our cities, if we want to really give the opportunity to everyone to walk freely, walk safely, and stuff like that. So our presentation, our work, traveled with three main research questions. We have the first one is, do we really find equity in pedestrian accessibility? So we have to think about that. We have to question ourselves if we can find equity in such planning schemes and interventions. Also, if the formal process of planning, does it consider inclusion? Does it consider different kinds of people, different kinds of groups? And how can we measure such notion? Because that's the most important thing. We can state the problems, but when we have to find solutions, it's really important to measure them, and to measure them in a very clear way and understandable. So our study aims to assess pedestrian accessibility in a suburban area within the metropolitan area of Athens, and to explore that's the tipping point, that's something very important, to explore potential future road space allocation strategies. So that's going to be our main contribution, not only to see the future, the today's situation, but also to embark into a future discussion and into a future scrutinization. So just some key concepts to understand what we are dealing with right now. A just city is a city which is accessible and is also equitable. But these two terms are somehow broad. They are really broad. So in our case, accessibility, we think from the literature, that is an inherent property of a place and associated with some form of resistance. So if I can move freely, or if I can't take the bus, or again, if I can't, if it's not affordable, if it's not accessible because, for example, I have some sort of disability and I can't get in, or if I have some sort of disability and I can't walk. So in our study, we shed light on accessibility as a micro-scale accessibility, and in terms of are we capable of moving? That's the main point. And when we talk about equity, it's also very broad, and it's something that we should think that it's not only technical aspect. When we talk about equity, is also dealing with philosophical underpinning. So it's about what we think as important, what we think as societies that we should cater for, and two main dimensions of equity is the horizontal equity. We don't split, we don't focus on certain groups, but somehow horizontally we check distributions of things. And on the other hand, we have vertical equity that we somehow delve into different groups. So, for instance, we can take some socio-demographic characteristics and then one by one check if they are equitable, if they have problems, and stuff like that. So these are the key concepts. And now moving on to our methodology, which is a very straightforward methodology, but you can see here a linear approach, which is somehow changed, where here in the current conditions and the scenarios. At first, we had the current conditions. So today, we tried to understand how's pedestrian accessibility today. And then we were thinking of creating some future scenarios. But what we really done is that we changed this linear approach and we made like a circle approach. So after finding the current conditions, we immediately directly calculated the accessibility of the today scenario, of the how things right now. And then what we really did is that we developed 4 new scenarios. So we have 5 scenarios. We're going to see them later in some slides next. So what we did is that we formulated these scenarios and then we followed this approach again. So here we did that. First current conditions, then accessibility with some metrics, equity with some metrics, and then we went back to step 2, and then for the new scenarios we again calculated the accessibility. It's not so complex, but we did really want to implement such a change because current conditions are really important for one future scenario. It's the final one. We're gonna see that in the next slides. So delving into our methodology, we had to find some criteria to identify which kind of pavements, which kind of road segments are accessible. So we defined some thresholds based on the literature and also based on some guidelines from Greek authorities, formal authorities. And you can see that our main criteria are the pavement width, the quality, if we have some cracks or if we have some incontinuities, the access ramps existence, tactile paving for blind people, and of course, one very important thing, the pedestrian crossings when we didn't have pedestrian streets, because otherwise you can't cross. If it's not a shared space or a pedestrian street, you can't cross freely, at least from these kind of the legislation says so. Of course, in reality, many people do that in their daily walking experience. So here is what we think as a sufficient accessible condition for a road pavement, and then we have to continue for how we calculated accessibility and equity. So about accessibility, we formulated an index which is pretty straightforward, pretty easy, It's just the length of the fair pavements, of the accessible pavements to be more exact, divided by the total length of pavements in our area. And then we have the accessibility index A, and we're going to see later its distribution. So we both calculated horizontal equity through the well-known Gini index. It's the most widely used index in horizontal equity calculation. But we didn't want only to cut this dimension. We wanted to identify and to examine the vertical equity in terms of different groups. So we had this bivariant local Moran's index, which is a spatial index. It comes from the geographical discipline, and it's really easy to understand, and also really attractive because one can plot the results into maps, so it's easy to see the differences using different colors. And this kind of approach provides us some clusters. For example, it's bivariate because it takes into account two different dimensions. For example, one could be the accessibility, our index A, and the other one could be the socio-demographic characteristic. For instance, unemployed people, or another one could be the vulnerable users, like very old people or very young people. So it's like you have clusters that have, for instance, high accessibility, index A, and high rates of unemployment. So it's like very straightforward to understand where are accessibility problems into the study area. So this is about how we calculate accessibility. These are the metrics that we used. We do think that they are straightforward, but we tried to do what? We tried to go beyond the existing literature that is mostly focusing on today's conditions. So we tried to formulate new scenarios in order to think about the future. As I said before, it's really important when we plan not only to take into account today's situation. This is the first step, and of course it's important, but it's really crucial when we deal about planning and when we do think about a macro scale and or long-term change of our cities, to think about future. So we formulated five new scenarios, and 6 involving the scenario 0, which is like the existing situation, and scenario 5, as I aforementioned, is the one that this kind of cycling process helped us make it, and I will explain them in this slide. The first one is do nothing. Do absolutely nothing. We take the existing situation and just calculate the accessibility. But scenario 1, or alternative 1, is about accessible green routes, so corridors that connect different blocks of our city, and this comes from the formal planning, the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan. So we integrate into our scenarios both new ideas, conventional planning, but also formal planning. So we have an approved Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan in the municipality that we chose. We're going to see that in the next slide. So we have the formal planning. We have some conventional solutions, like only ramps or only tactile paving for blind people and crosswalks, but nothing else. We didn't change here the quality of the pavements. We didn't change their width, just we connected them better. We have the socio-demographic planning. This is a planning which is centered on changing the blocks and the areas around them totally, completely. For example, making the width accessible over 160 meters, and all the other things that we saw in scenario 2. Or the fifth scenario, or scenario 4, depending on its name, it's like something that is driven by the point of interest. So we selected the metro stations, we selected some public services and things like that, that help us around some meters of 10 minutes walking, if I'm not mistaken, and build around that places some very, very complete accessible conditions, very fair. So it's like the third scenario, the previous one, but instead of taking the socio-demographic characteristics, we took the point of interest. This is the change between this is the difference between these two scenarios. And the final one is about equity-based planning. This is interesting because what we did was we took scenario 0, we calculated accessibility, we calculated equity, and we found problems. And that's really interesting because it's like a data-driven approach, an evidence-based compared to the other ones. And now that we're gonna see gradually the results, it could be really, really intriguing which scenario is best from compared to the others. So here we are. We have the municipality of Egaleo. We can see that it's in the western suburbs of Athens. Here is the Athens metropolitan area, and here is the wider area of Athens, or Attica, the region of Attica, which is like the greater metropolitan area. But here is our municipality, is an urban municipality with 65 or 66 approximately thousand of residents, mixed land uses, and it plays a critical role in the urban conditions of the wider Athens area. And here we can see the key socio-demographics that we picked. We picked non-car households, which is really important. We picked the age, both people that are under 15 years old, because these young ones cannot drive, and they are mainly based, and they rely on walking and or cycling, but for walking, this is a very beneficial group to study. And also older people that we wanted to address their needs. And the final one is unemployment, because it's a proxy. Unemployment is used as a proxy in the literature, not always, but from some papers that we have seen, as a proxy for somehow reflecting your income or your conditions of behavior. It's not a direct metric because we couldn't find income data, but is like a proxy that was really helpful in our study. So here we can see the pavement conditions. We remember the pavement index, but before that we talked about the threshold, and all of these criteria turn to that really red situation. We can see that only 8% of the total length in our municipality is really accessible. That calls for urgent changes in Egaleo, and that is really helpful for policymakers because they can take these criteria, they can calculate accessibility, and they can see the problems. But because we want to take that further and relate it to socio-demographic characteristics, we should take these info, take these results, and transfer it into blocks. So we can see here are the blocks. Here is the percentage, the accessibility index I. We are reminding it here. And we can see the results across the scenarios. We have many problems in all of them because you can understand that changing cities, even with the most accessible endeavor, with the most accessible solution, it's not that easy to do it really homogeneously at once. So we can see that all scenarios have still areas with problems, but we can see in scenario 4 and 5 that some areas were improved. This is really important. So we now embark into the equity exploration. So first we deal with horizontal equity, Gini index, and the Lorentz curve. We can see the index here. When the index is 1, we do have the most unequitable conditions. On the other hand, when it's 0, we have the most equitable. So we can see that these lines, when they tend to be closer to the 45 degrees line, we can see that they are most equitable. So scenario 1 prevails. And about vertical equity, and excuse me about this kind of typo here, this is about vertical equity. We can see from the bivariate Moran high clusters, these are the desirable clusters. We can see a conflict between center and periphery. Here we can see that, especially in the AIDS group and in the undeployment 1, but scenario 5 is prevails. The scenario 5 is the last one. It's the one that we acquired through this kind of cycling approach. So what we can see? What we can see in our key insights, we have serious problems, serious pedestrian accessibility problems, and this is general. This is not only in Megalo. We can compare that to other research in Athens, but this is one of the first research to be conducted into Megalo. The central areas are found to be more accessible. These results are confirmed by other studies abroad. And we have this kind of difference, as I said before, between horizontal equity and vertical equity. Therefore, hybrid solutions may lead to complete pedestrian-friendly strategies. That's one of the most important contributions of this research, that when we tend to do strategies for the future, we have to take into account holistically all these kind of solutions and not just pick ones and go with that all the way. We should integrate them somehow. So this is a simple but integrated approach of treat and connect. We find the problems and then we treat them and connect all these kinds of areas together. We just not do them as islands, because as we saw, the results signify problems. So this research is replicable and could be beneficial for policymakers and planners, and whoever wants to study another city with that methodology is really welcome to get in contact with us, and we can do some comparative analysis, or we can run more scenarios. So we need a tailored planning process catering for all vulnerable users. But to conclude, we have limitations. We have some sincere limitations. Our work should continue, should be enriched. Our socio-demographic data are outdated, unfortunately. We didn't have the 2021 data because the Statistical Authority of Greece hasn't provided them yet, generally, not to us only. So another one is about the data about disability are really difficult to find, and we had to conduct a research for these people to really take their mobility needs into account. And the index that we applied is really simple, so that's why we tend to connect it with policymakers. But if we want it to be more scientific, robust, and more scientific debate around that, we want weight or a strong quantitative background. So future ideas, and that would be my last point. New areas shall apply this method, more scenarios could be employed. And what about more sociodemographics? We only addressed 3 of a multitude of sociodemographics, and the final one is adding weight to the index. Thank you so much, and sorry if we wasted some more minutes, but thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Stefan. Thank you. Any questions? So Stephanus, it has been very, very interesting. And thank you so much for bringing accessibility and equity that, as a matter of fact, they are extremely relevant. The day has been very long for us here already in Istanbul, as you can imagine. So currently, I don't see any hands up. And yes, so we have, it's wonderful that we will have access to your paper, and if there is any questions afterwards, people can contact you. So thank you so much for your contribution to this session. Thank you all. To all the presenters during today's session. And I also want to thank you in special Alfonso, that has been here for a long time supporting us with this deliver. Tiziana, would you like to share some thoughts, or is always nice to see you?
No, just to state some greetings for all.
Thank you so much, Tiziana. It was wonderful to see your presentation in collaboration with Antonio in the other session, and also with Chiara. So thank you all, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Greetings.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.